our public, or excuse me, our closed session regarding the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. Robust discussion. Now we'll have a discussion. It's noon. We'd like you to send in those parties, Christie, from the CJC. I believe we have Roberta and Rod Layton, and also Reed Richards here.
May I stay here for this one?
You may, sure. Public meeting. We're very fair to the people.
I was also gonna hang out in case it's the, is it ARPA related?
Look at this, Rod
That's what I
Layton.
was wondering.
Is it
He's
ARPA related?
threading the, he's,
So I was gonna say-
That's what I wanted to hear too.
all right, I'm gonna go,
Yeah.
I gotta make sure, check on the horse.
They're coming.
Well, so is Christmas. We gotta get him here.
Pizza. Hope you're
How's it going? Come on in. grab some.
You giving us lunch?
You want a piece of pizza? You got cool? How are you? Me? How you doing? It'll be a minute. I gotta use it. You got it? I should probably.
I don't know.
I did get some, but it was very, some about well science.
So we got some interesting
Something about
applications so far.
like that.
So once.
So I
2
I
weeks.
deleted it, but it's in
I'll
my.
come and present to you, commissioning everything that's come through.
Well,
If you want me.
I've been hard, we need to set a policy.
Yeah, I think what we do is we'll get those additional applications in, we'll be able to fine tune what that policy is before
Oh,
we evaluate.
really?
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I agree.
Yeah, 'cause I think we need to do that.
I'm doing really good. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I think,
Yeah. It's good to see
we got about 18 million
You're more
requests so
welcome.
far.
We work during lunch all the
And
time.
we've got 2 or 3 more that
Yeah.
said they're gonna put in.
Well,
Yeah, I
yeah.
gotta finish my.
And what we
My
find
application.
is it's not just the hour you gain,
Yeah.
you travel and coming back, you gain about an hour and a half.
Yeah, you don't what?
Yeah, and we get a lot done. Anyway,
I just put in.
I didn't.
No, you.
Yeah, I have looked at $500,000 to.
It wasn't anything.
9.6 million.
special,
I
I
recall,
recall,
requests.
there's something about saying
9.6, that's a little aggressive. Yeah,
It's a little aggressive. It's an interesting application.
wow.
I'll let you look at it.
Oh, really?
They submitted three.
Oh. Huh.
So that's a
That
list of what's
almost
coming.
matches their price tag that they came to the county.
Harrisville needs a sewer lining.
Mhm. Haven't evaluated the merits of any of these yet, just, we're just.
New
reporting
Record Community,
along.
Powder Mountain Water and Sewer. Oh,
Yeah, the number is really quite close to what they came and asked us for.
yeah, so Powder Mountain wants 10 million in ARPA funds.
Where we got this?
He just,
Oh.
this is some of the applications.
Have they actually submitted? They've submitted applications, yeah, so we haven't done any evaluations yet, we're just, this is just a log.
Yeah, Powder Mountain, they want us to pay for the entire extension of their sewer all the way down the hill. And
Yeah,
it's a good functioning system today, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't want to give them 10 cents.
you have to twist my arm to do it.
Who's that?
That'll be all right.
We don't want to trade.
No, you were just.
No, Powder Mountain.
Where'd you find it?
Oh,
Really? Really?
That's just an initial, I'll give you the final list as soon as we close the applications on the 31st.
I missed the whole list.
no, he just,
This is just a preliminary.
there'll be more coming in.
Yep.
It's real greasy.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Jim's taking the grease off.
You may have one right here in front of you. Another request.
A request?
So unless you're here to deliver some money.
No, no. We was hoping you'd have a check ready for us. Keith.
You're the best
Hand
in
is
the world
over.
at doing that. You just have a knack. And you do it. You're
That's the
still
way it
doing
works,
the
isn't it?
changing credit cards.
We ask, you give.
I like what we're used to. Yeah, you are just amazing.
With no questions.
Yeah,
Oh, no, no.
You ought to run
Right
the
up to
county
that
budget
point.
for him.
No, I.
The no question part doesn't.
He's pretty good.
Well, I figured there'd be a few of those.
Okay, let's go ahead, folks. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us today. We're anxious. Rod, I know you've had a privilege. You had an opportunity to meet with all three of us. So go ahead and tell us what you've got from the Children's Justice Center. Thank you for your work there.
And Will, anybody wants to jump in, jump in. You guys, we did meet with all three of you and went over a little bit about what we're trying to do. We, let's get those. Patricia put together a graph here. I know all three of you had questions on other cities. And so there you go. There's a little bit more we're gonna do on this for the WACOG meeting that's coming up. Let me explain a little bit why we did it this way. We did the graph way instead of numbers, and now we're talking with Reed. We're probably gonna do a little bit more and present some numbers on cases.
Great.
The problem with numbers, well, and is there any questions on this first? Just how that is. So you got the top graph shows all of the cities. The bottom one shows the contract cities that law enforcement is contracted to the county. So you got the small little cities down to the second
Of
graph.
22%, this breaks up.
So why
to
is Weaver
22%.
so high? Why is the unincorporated so high?
No.
Because
Of the 22%, this is how it breaks down into 22%.
So you got little cities that are all contract cities, but, and then the top part gives you an idea of on the other cities. Obviously, Ogden City is gonna have the most. But the reason that we did the graph, and again, talking with Reed, and we had a little meeting before this one, that we're gonna maybe break this down a little bit more into numbers, is there's a lot of things that we do that are really not numbers. Some examples, we do hair analysis. So if you have a case where a child needs to have a hair test done to see what the levels of drugs are in their system, they come to us, we do those. That doesn't go through primary children's, that goes through the CJC. We have a multidisciplinary team where we meet and we review all their cases. And we got experts there, the school districts, the mental health people, we do all of that. These numbers reflect interviews mostly, or these graphs, the numbers would reflect interviews, but the graphs reflect a little bit more of the mental health resources, the training that we provide. I gave the example to Reed this morning that a detective from Pleasant View called one night and said, I can't get through to this family because they're Hispanic. They don't trust us. And can I take Patricia? And I want to take her to Loft House Cookies and walk in and meet with the mother and let her see who we are and that we are here to help their kids that were being sexually abused. And so I said, sure you can. And he picked her up and he took her to Loft House and they met with the family there. And pretty soon the mother was now confident that this was a good thing and then came to the CJC. So there's lots and lots of things that we do outside of these circles that is part of that. So we do understand, and we're going to pursue that everybody needs to throw in a little bit of the money here, and that you were not opposed to this, and we are approaching those cities. I have a meeting at 4 o'clock with Ogden City, and we're going to take a look at that and see what kind of response we're going to get from Ogden. But I don't know if you have questions.
Is everybody clear on how this whole thing started? That might be of interest?
Yeah, that I think that would be.
we went over that when we met with me, but very unusual way it started and very unusual way it's funded today.
It is, yeah, really,
I mean,
really unusual.
It's weird.
You helped us with that, by the way. You may not remember, but you did.
Well,
What happened was, we started out with just interviewing kids the same way we interview everybody else. We take them into the police department, we sit them in front of a desk and we try to talk to them. But it was pretty apparent that number one, it didn't work very well because they were just traumatized. And number two, they needed a whole lot more help than just being interviewed and tell a story and go home. So the idea came up that really the criminal justice system shouldn't be just about giving punishment to the violator. It really ought to be trying to help the victim. And that's really why children's justice centers were started. So that you take a child into a place that is comfortable for them, kind of like going into their grandmother's house. You interview them with somebody that's skilled and understands how to talk to kids. And you tape it all so that you don't have to do it 100 times. If somebody needs to see the interview, they can look at the video. They don't have to go back and re-interview the child. So that's the way it started. But over the years, that's really blossomed into a lot more than that. Now we have medical facilities there at the center so that when the child comes in, you can do a medical exam. Now that helps on the forensic side because you find evidence of child abuse, but it also tells you all sorts of things about that child. And if they need help medically, we then make sure they get that help. And boy, innumerable children have been helped because of the medical facilities that have started that work in the Children's Justice Center. Every child that's abused is traumatized, and so they need mental health assistance as well. And so now we've used the centers as the gauge for that. We bring them into the center. We make sure that when they leave, they have mental health counseling. And hopefully we help them then recover from the whole thing. So really it's the holistic approach of trying to help that child as much and maybe even more than get evidence to try to prosecute the guy. And that's why
Part that bothers me here though, Reed, is the state really doesn't fund any of this.
Let me tell you about that. Initially, this was entirely a county project. We came up with it through the county attorney's office. We worked with the cities and created the first Justice Center. They started one about the same time in Salt Lake and one in Provo. And so when we realized they had 3 of these, we got together and thought, well, maybe there's a role for the state to help fund some of these. So it was really the counties that went to the state. And you were probably there when we did that. It was Peterson, Craig Peterson, that was the sponsor of the initial bill. And it was pretty well received. And I think they recognized that really there's a role for everybody in all this. The centers themselves are generally owned, like ours is, by a private nonprofit, because if you're going to raise money, it's a lot easier to go out and ask people for money as a private nonprofit than it is if you go out and say, hey, I'm from Weber County, give me a little money. So we found that as a more convenient way to raise the money, to initially buy and then pay for the facility and also to pay for a good part of the operations. They have large fundraisers every year that puts money into the operation of the centers. So really the state has been a kind of a partner on this, but they got into that partnership because we asked them to. It's always been a county obligation to investigate and prosecute child abuse and still is and should be. And I think we do it very well. The county attorney's office is probably better at that here than anywhere else in the state.
So when it comes to the wages, who funds the wages? The state funds the wages.
That's.
Well, they're on the
Yeah.
county
So-
payroll, but it's state money that
Right.
comes from the
But
legislature.
everything else, you're on your own.
And the
Nobody-
feds, we do get VOCA money.
Do you?
So she's a VOCA employee.
Half Boca, half Weaver.
You look different. I knew there was.
She looks VOCA?
Half.
So we do get VOCA funding, and we do have another state grant that pays for one of our forensic interviewers. So there is some grant money.
So are you approaching the cities about help on the new center? Is that?
Yeah,
is that-
and we had some fear that when you go to the cities, particularly the contract cities, that their response would be, gee, investigation, that's what we pay the sheriff's office to do. But really, this is different. This is not investigation. This is building a facility that will treat and take care of those kids. You can do an investigation anywhere.
That's how I see it.
So I think it's a pretty good sales point for the cities to say, yeah, you pay the county sheriff to do your law enforcement work, but you don't pay him to take care of your
And it looks
abused
to me like
kids.
you have good numbers here. You can say, look, so many cases come out of your city. Let's divide those up with the dollars you're looking to, receive for your new center.
Yeah. And if they can do it with some grant money, that's easier.
Well, so that's my question, Scott. I'm assuming, is this ARPA project, is this ARPA
I
funding
think that
possible?
this will fit into the ARPA category. I think we'll be okay.
That's how I see it.
Utah County has thoroughly looked into whether or not this qualifies for ARPA.
It was Utah County, right?
Yep, Utah Cash and Salt Lake.
So a number of jurisdictions
St. George.
are using ARPA funds funds. For
They're using it now.
I mean, we'll confirm it, of course, with any
Yeah.
application that comes in.
Well, that's how I see it, but I'd like some
But
confirmation.
it qualifies, I think, pretty clearly under one of the 4 buckets and likely qualifies under a second of the 4 buckets. So I think we're.
So you're gonna go to WACOG and ask them to? So
We are
let me
gonna
give
be
you a
at WACOG.
suggestion here.
That's
That's what we're looking for.
that's good.
Yeah, so you're asking us for 500,000. I think you ought to take $1 million and divide that up on this chart. Amongst the county and all the cities. I think I'd take that $1 million and say, okay. Weaver County said that if everybody else can get in, they'll pay their portion.
Excuse me, stop for just a
Maybe.
Stop for just a second.
We're asking for more than that.
But did you hear the philosophical comment again? That's exactly what we talked about. I met-
See, I'm tired of, us and Ogden, funding everything and nobody else funding anything.
Your
And,
West Havens and
it's
Plain
really-
cities.
Well, yeah, all the little cities, it'd be 10 or 15,000 from each of them.
They need to get
But,
in, jump in.
Yeah, we agree. We totally agree with that. We are asking for $2.5 million. That's what we're trying to
Sure.
raise.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I thought you said 3, didn't you?
No, I told him, I said, look, you're never gonna get that, so.
What's your request from us?
We would love to get $1 million from the county. If we
Well,
can
then-
get $1 million, then we've got to come up with $1.5 million from everybody else.
Well, I agree with Scott. If
Yeah.
you say, hey, we're requesting $1 million from Weber County, that $1 million need to be matched from $1 million from the city.
Well, we're gonna try to match $1.5 million from the other cities.
Well,
So we're gonna try to get another, I'd like to see the city put in $1 million.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that
And so then.
I want to make our $1 million contingent upon you getting $1 million proportionate.
right.
Right.
And they can use their ARPA funds. So cities, you divide it up, you put $1 million in.
Well, and it ought to be
The
done,
county
I'd
put
like
it in.
to have it done proportional to the percentage.
Yeah, no. So at North Ogden,
Say,
you
look,
take,
we need 2.5 million, we divided it up, this is what everybody's portion is based on that.
but I don't want to, I'm not gonna commit the county until the cities have put some skin in the game.
That's
We
my point.
agree.
too.
We totally agree with that.
Because if they know that we're in the game already, they'll go, let the county do it.
Yeah, we're last in. We got the money, we're last in, but you go out and get the money.
Yeah.
But we need this and you need it.
Right.
Your city needs this. Here's the numbers to back it up.
Well, and we totally agree with that. We think they should be putting in, between everybody else, they should be putting in $1.5 million.
Okay?
There you go.
And that
I'm good
includes,
with that.
that includes Morgan. We think Morgan. should
Morgan
throw
needs to
some in.
pony up.
And then all the cities, and if you start to break that down, and Ogden should be paying $800,000,
Yeah.
$1 million. I mean, they have
Exactly.
50% of the cases, and we are meeting with them. And we'll see where that goes, but we would love to see $1 million from the county. And then we'll go after that, and maybe $1.5 million.
Well, I think you need to take an approach that, look, we have a preliminary commitment from the county, but it's contingent upon you guys putting money in.
Yeah, and we're last in.
We're last in. We'll match it. Basically,
Okay,
we'll match it up to $1 million.
And I think it becomes much more palatable when you break it down to percentage, like, oh, well, our little piece
Yeah.
of the pie really isn't that big of a pill to swallow.
Yeah. North Ogden put 6.2% of $1.5 million or whatever it is into the pot.
No, 3.5 million.
What?
2.5 million.
2.5.
Yeah,
yeah,
2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why,
6.2.
the way we come up with 2.5 is we think we can raise the other 2.5 million through
Yeah,
private
okay,
donations.
2.5.
So,
Stand corrected.
so that'll take us up to
Don't put it on the
4.5.
cheap.
That'll get us to 4.5 million, and then we're gonna, hopefully, we got a contractor that's willing to work with us and come up with some of the donation of another.
It's a great site. It's a
Another
great
million.
plan. Be great. It'll be a great legacy.
So what if I get $1 million?
Okay, let's assume that you go to WACOG with that kind of a proposal. What are we gonna get from them? What things do you expect them to say?
Yeah, what are we gonna get hit with on that meeting?
Well,
Well,
same thing you're being hit with here. They'll say, why should we go? And then you'll say, well, because you're participating in it. These are
These are your
very
people.
people.
yeah. What
We
you're gonna
can't
say is, look,
continue
we're
to-
trying, here's your cases. We want to split this pie the way it should be split. We're not asking you to overpay or underpay. We just want your share of the pie in this ARPA fund. And look, they don't have to support this with tax dollars. Every one of these cities has access to ARPA funds.
Everyone.
Yes, we totally agree. I totally agree with
So
you.
you're Basically, it's gonna come down to you selling your project.
But when you look at the $1 million from the county, proportionate, we're not even close to that in here. Ogden City's the big one.
Yeah.
We're not second. That 22 goes down to this pie. When you divide that out, look at it, we're about 5.5%, 6%, just like some of these others.
Well, unless you do the chart on prosecutions and then you're 100%.
Well, but that's
Yeah.
based on our responsibility, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, so they should be paying even more of that because
Yeah.
we're shouldering that whole
We're
burden.
pulling,
Yeah,
we're pulling it
yeah.
up a lot bigger
So
percent.
let's talk some of that prosecution in this plan, make the cities pay some of that if we're gonna talk prosecution.
Well, that's in the sheriff's fees that he,
I
isn't
know.
it?
Let's just keep it to
That
cases.
is.
No,
Let's just keep it
It's
to
not in the
that.
sheriff's fees, that's
You
just a
you get
county
it, you
obligation.
get it, I think you can get me
Yeah,
there.
by law.
You get $1.5 million, you get
By
$1.5
law.
million from these other cities. I'm in for $1 million.
Well, the county funds the operations. If they're basically one out of every $3, you're getting 2 out of $3 out of grants, but the county contributes out of its general fund.
Yeah,
Yes,
we're already putting in more than our share,
That's true.
especially your friends from Ogden City.
Yeah, and that's ongoing funds. We're just asking them for one-time money and we're funding the operations of it.
that's a good point. We can bring that up. That
Yeah.
is true.
What are we funding on the operations cost?
So this year, 2022, it's gonna be 235,000
No.
Yeah,
of their 775,000. So
Right,
we're
so
basically a third.
and we're, what were you?
Who funds the other?
20%.
Grant.
Yeah.
Well, state money
Well-
and grants.
Yeah, grants and state, so external dollars, not
Mhm.
county.
I think the biggest selling point on this is just how awesome the land opportunity
Yeah.
is to have the school district have a 99-year lease for $1 a year, and it's in prime location.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, we were excited about that because we're not gonna have to buy that. We can get where that would have been another $1.5 million if we would have found a piece of property
Yeah.
we had to buy.
That's a good point.
And so we're, and the other real, I think, selling point is that once we do get the building done, it's handed off to a nonprofit. We're not coming back to the county to say, hey, we need new siding, we need new paint, we need new carpet.
Yeah.
It's all going to be maintained by the nonprofit from that point on, and you're gonna have a state-of-the-art CJC. And we're not coming back for money on that. It'll be maintained for the next 150 years.
Well, it's a needed facility,
So let me ask a quick question on that, then, when we go to the ARPA meeting, should that be presented in a percent?
WACOG meeting.
Or the WACOG meeting, should that be presented in actual dollars, like we expect this much from Roy, we expect this much, or should we just say this is your percentage and let them make that decision?
No, I'd spell it out in dollars
Spell
too,
it
so
out
you
in
know.
exact-
Percentage, tell them percentage, which
Okay.
is this amount.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Say, look, that's what we're trying to.
here's how we calculated your 357,000 in North Ogden. Here it is.
All right, we'll come up with a formula to do that.
So should that all be presented at the WACOG meeting, you think?
I
Or
think
should
so.
we just say we're going to do it and meet with each city?
well, you can do it both ways.
We'll be.
We have met with five.
We'll
bad.
sit in ours for
I
you.
would bring it up there, but then you probably want to go out and meet with them individually if I was in your shoes.
So bring it up with the amounts at the WACOG meeting and then
Yeah.
meet individually.
And oh, by the way, we'll stop by and fill out your applications or whatever we need.
Yeah,
to.
for whatever other questions you have, but
Yeah.
Well, there's certainly some benefits doing it with the three of you there, and you can
Right.
say, hey,
Yeah.
this is what we're doing, and it's your obligation. And I expect they will say, those contract cities, that gee, that's what we pay the sheriff's office for, but it's
Well,
not, it's
no,
not,
and I can
nothing, not at
speak,
all.
no, it's totally different. That's not
Right.
what the sheriff gets paid for.
Yeah. Some will come with that, some won't.
Well, and the money that they get from the county comes from the general fund. It doesn't go through the sheriff. For your operation.
yeah, it doesn't go through the sheriff.
No, all of that is.
That's
Just
right.
as general fund.
That's the point.
We'll be there to support you.
Some of those questions I'm not gonna be able to answer. I work with 5-year-olds, okay?
We'll be there.
We'll also just need to make sure we have your application for county offer dollars by the 31st.
Scott, will you
It's
be there?
almost
Probably.
done. It's basically done.
When will
I'm
you
just
be at
trying
the
to.
I can do about it.
Wait,
I can come to this one. Yeah, when is it? Is it?
Oh, that was.
The third.
Scott, that was
The
Weiss.
3rd of
Yeah,
January.
First-
Yeah, I
first
can
I
come.
think on that picture. it was
Yeah, first
Weiss,
meeting.
I just- not-
There might be
on there,
questions
too.
on the
Both
financing.
on
Yep,
there.
I'll turn on to that one.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Questions?
Million from you, 1.5 million from everybody else.
Million last in.
Contingent on what we can.
Million, 1.5 from everybody else.
Right.
Well, you
One
see,
point
I don't
five
like
from
that.
everybody else.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
like that. Million per month. You divide that up by that chart, it's not a million. More like 600 or 700,000. You divide it by that.
We're being, we're
You're
being over
looking at
generous.
twenty
at a million.
21.
That's the
There's
point.
5 other years in there that I think you should take into consideration, like last year. You
Go
guys were
ahead.
almost as even as Ogden. You're only looking at 2021. And that's.
Don't speak here. This doesn't, once you divide out the Weaver County portion, then the unincorporated is only
Yeah.
28% of that. So
Yeah.
that's last year. Before that, it was 21%. Before that, it was 18%. Before that, it
Yeah,
was.
incorporated.
So what,
So
I'm
you guys are only taking in the.
really, so if we're only
incorporated
doing those
Right.
funds,
Okay.
yeah, that's all.
Everything
So
else.
all
is
these
city.
little cities should be, so really, you're more like $1.8 million from them and 7 from us. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
Well, but you don't just represent the unincorporated county, you represent the whole county.
That's right.
And so I think to say that you want all of them to at least equal or maybe half again what you put in, I think is a fair way to look at
I'm probably okay with the million based upon them million and a half.
Well, it'll be 2 to 1 again, because I want those shares.
Well, let's just talk to you. two.
it. Don't be such a hard head.
I want
Hard on
to,
this.
he's a little hard, Eddie, on this, but if it were close to $1 million, that'd be good, Let them know, hey, listen, we're participating at 2 or 3 times what we should normally be participating. And when it just talks about our unincorporated people, that's, when I first talked to you, it was about just doing our percentages. But what we're talking about today is us pulling up even a little more. I think we can get him on board.
Don't represent.
I'm not, I didn't,
I'm not so sure.
I think we can get him on board, but it's gonna have to be a little closer to what we actually do, if we did double or, let us know what that is, that's all. It's, the math is helping here. Right?
Mhm.
But we don't, what you're asking us to do here, when we pay more than our share, then we're paying a little bit of Ogden's share, Hooper's share, Plain City's share, West Haven, North Ogden. As we increase our share, then we're helping pay a percentage in all those other people. We don't do that anymore with taxes. As you know, right now, we've made every effort. I doubled my taxes 2 years ago. So every other city could have a break in their taxes. Because they were helping fund my portion. I don't want, that's where he's coming from, is everybody's proportionally, we want to be fair and equal. So that's just when you come back with those numbers, that'll be interesting. When you get those, when you split those out.
Well, let's not get too focused on your share, because again, you represent the whole county. I live in Ogden City and I see you as my commissioners, not Caldwell.
Oh, I get it.
No,
Well, that's, yeah,
no, I agree with that.
he's your mayor.
Right.
Right, but we're also in the unincorporated
Yeah,
area.
for
What we're saying is
them, you're
we're their
the city
mayor.
council.
We're
You're
their
the
mayor.
mayor, but you're also my commissioners.
Yeah. True.
Well, the county got $1 in ARPA funds for all of the cities' dollars. So if you added all the cities together, they were
Okay.
at 47 million, we're getting 50 million. So with that argument, you would say that you represent the county and the unincorporated area.
Well, there's your reason for justification why we'd contribute a little heavier.
That's,
than-
yeah,
Right.
and I'm probably
I think
okay
that's
with
a good
that.
So there you go. That's a great
No.
point.
Reed brings up a good point.
Well, this will be interesting.
dang lawyers.
I think it'll go well. Careful.
Gosh.
These great lawyers, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think throwing in a little bit more will indicate that this is a really unique opportunity, a great time with everyone
Oh,
just
yeah.
comes together, that you can actually make this happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the 4th iteration of this whole thing. The 4th place we've gone, and finally, we're gonna build one and not just take over an old building and remodel it.
This is the
And
right thing to do.
this will be there forever.
Yeah, we got
This
extra
is great.
space built in, so we will just add, we won't have to move again, hopefully.
Wonderful. Thank you for caring.
We got land and.
Well, we've got a job to do on the private side of it too. We've got a lot of contributions.
Yeah, you still gotta
to
raise
out
some
there.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see all this other matching people.
Yeah.
Anything else you got?
Thank you, man.
Thank you all.
No, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
lunch.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
lunch
Tricia,
too.
need
We
you to
didn't
settle
expect
down
one.
next time you come in.
Great, good seeing
Yeah.
you.
Good to see you.
Said one thing.
Reed, good seeing you again.
Well, it's good to be here.
Yeah.
It's good to wander in.
Ron, don't be a
Appreciate
stranger.
you so
Come down.
much. Thank you.
I love what you're doing and what you have
I
done
won't
in
be.
your retirement.
It's
down
been
here
good
frequently.
stuff. You
Yeah.
can do a lot of fun things.
Always
You're
loved,
retired?
dealing with the
You're working harder
legislature.
now than
Well,
I
I
remember.
spend a lot of time doing things. My wife says I'm not retired at all.
Yeah, I agree. It does.
Yeah.
It's been good though. During the legislature, he's down there a lot.
Jim.
We'll be there doing victim stuff again this year. at the legislature, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks again.
Appreciate it. Okay, commissioners, we're gonna move on to the next item. Item number 3 on our agenda, which is discussion regarding the East Temple site. We'll have a discussion from Sean Wilkinson, Scott Mendoza, Bill Ross, Stephanie Russell, Senator Dan McKay, and Ryan Bull. Christie, please invite our other guests in.
Closed session?
We didn't set this up, so I'm not sure what this is.
Okay.
Yeah, this was put on the agenda, but we didn't set it up.
Okay, well, just a moment. Is this discussion, the land acquisition, possible land acquisition?
Yeah, so we might need to go into closed session.
Then just so be it known, Christie, so this is just discussion of possible land acquisition, so we will be going into closed session for item 3 in just a moment.
Did you set this up, this meeting?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I didn't.
I like them cookies, huh?
Oh, these are really good. Stacy made them.
I've been eating Stacy cookies now for several years. It's done me well.
It served you well,
I can guarantee you that if I made you some cookies, you would not want to eat them.
Really?
I'm a horrible baker, horrible. Although I did make you guys some caramel bourbon sauce for Christmas.
Really?
Yeah, I have it in my office. I'll bring it in. It's made out of,
Bourbon
old,
and
it's,
caramel.
well, the bourbon is from Atlanta. It's old Fourth Ward distillery.
Old Fourth Ward?
Old
huh? Yeah,
Fourth Ward
go
distillery.
Fourth Ward.
That's
Oh, I didn't
mine.
remember them.
Mhm. So it's Old Fourth Ward Distillery out of Atlanta. It's an old historic neighborhood. And it's aged, this one's aged like 8 years. So
Wow.
I got some for you guys. That's your Christmas gift for me. It's really good. I put it on ice cream. I put it on some popcorn last night. It was fantastic.
You know, I've not been a big zero drinker. I haven't cared for that flavor too much. And they've redone it. And these new cans, it's actually
Mhm.
pretty good now.
It is pretty good.
I'm a little surprised. No caffeine? Oh, no, that's sugar.
Sure.
I'm sure whatever's in it's not good for you. That's what it turns out.
Sugar cookies.
Mhm.
Those are the best of the best, you know, sugar cookies. Yeah, I agree. That's sugar.
With the frosting, so good.
Yeah, they're just shortening the sugar.
Mhm.
Hug has the best sugar cookie
They
ever.
do. That is amazing. I can't stop eating them.
I know.
I get them for lunches and I can't stop eating them.
Yeah.
Well, Harvey, you took half that cookie? Third. Oh.
Here, take a half. We'll go see her. What are we doing? Hold on. Your buddy Dan McKay.
I'll be surprised if he shows.
So is this for closed? Oh, it just left. You know, normally I don't care for the frosting on these sugar cookies. Boy, isn't it?
No,
Is it good?
Uh-huh.
Very good.
So is this for a closed session?
Well,
It's about a
it-
property acquisition,
It probably is because they want to talk about
right?
East Temple. Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
I know,
And what's good about that is the frosting.
the frosting.
$12:30, right?
At the point we're late.
Have you had any discussions at all with?
No, I was surprised to see this. I didn't know what it was about. Or what the discussion would be.
We just got it from you guys, so.
Mhm.
Well, it came from me because Dan McKay called me,
Oh, okay.
like, what'd I tell you, a couple weeks ago? I called you.
I was just waiting.
First time I'd ever had any communication. He said they want to come up and talk to us about this, so put it on the agenda.
H, Stacy said you had her schedule the next thing,
Yeah.
so she doesn't know. She'd
So
schedule it.
you were giving them the information and.
Yep.
So I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, and
yet.
I talked and sent an email to Dan and said you're on for 12:30
Yeah,
on,
that's what I thought.
whatever today is, yeah,
Well, then no show.
but it's a no-show.
I'll entertain a motion to saunter.
Oh,
Until,
man, let's go to the next one.
Well,
What is the next one?
can we do that?
Angie's Acres. That's a whole team of people. They're not here yet.
I don't think they're sitting out there. I just, oh, there he is right there, Scott.
Yeah, that one's not me. That's the.
Yeah, but
Angie Akers.
you're generally part of the team.
We could have, we can get Rick and Tammy up here, I'm sure.
Well, only 10 minutes. Yeah, remember, that's,
We got
20 minutes.
oh,
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh, well, okay, motion to saunter.
Second.
All in favor?
Uh,
Okay, we're gonna saunter. We'll be back in the same back channel, same around, right around 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
All in favor?
On.
Get to, you're, in 2 weeks, you can do all that you want. Got a motion to reopen our meeting in a second. All in favor?
Can you jump on that?
Aye. Boy, it's like feeding a horse too much grain. They get a little hot. You're ready for the track already. Good night. Well,
Okay, here we are.
here we are. You are Larry Johnson,
I am. Who are you?
Jim Harvey.
Oh, Jim Harvey. Nice to
Scott
meet you.
Jenkins.
Nice to meet
Scott
you.
Jenkins.
Gauge 4.
Gauge 4.
That's
Mr.
Rick
Johnson,
There's Rick.
I'm gonna turn the time over to Tammy Adelot if you'll start the presentation.
Sure. Mr. Johnson submitted an application a while back for a 5-lot subdivision with an alternative access request. So the highlighted yellow
Oh, I
area,
remember this.
remember this one?
We talked
Yeah, I
about
remember
this.
this. We've talked about it before.
The yellow highlight is where the proposed access will go. That's where Mr. Johnson would like to face those residences to the south. And with an approved access request, just really install what would be an extended driveway there. When this went before the planning commission actually requested that road dedication occur along that northern boundary, which is where you see that pink highlight. And so that is where we're at planning. The planning staff has this on the agenda for tomorrow. Planning staff is recommending approval of this subdivision with that road dedication and with an alternative access request, even though the planning commission recommended denial of the alternative access request.
Why?
Yeah, why do they care about the alternative? It's an alternative. Did they state something in there?
They felt it didn't meet our land use code. Staff feels it does. Staff
Explain
feels the
that to me,
request
Tammy. I
does.
don't understand that. I don't understand the thinking when they say they felt it didn't meet our land use code. What do they mean by that?
I think there may have been some concern with potential double frontage in the future. Typically, when we
Oh, so
approve.
they're saying we're creating a lot at that point that would have double.
Correct. Which we're not, what staff is recommending is an approval of this alternative access. Typically, when we approve these, we record a covenant that states that when the county feels that the time is appropriate, we can then require road dedication along that access. In this case, we would not require that. We just wouldn't record
Yeah.
that specific covenant to this.
Well, the way I look at it, if I bought lot 5, and that's one of the worst of the bunch, and was building there, everybody wants access to the rear of their property. They just do. And so you say, well, I'm gonna have to build something on the side or somewhere else, and all of a sudden, here's an alternative access into that. Makes it really nice. I would love that.
Well, and the alternative access, just to make it clear, that's going to be our main access in. So where the yellow's at, where she's got it
So
highlighted,
the yellow's gonna be your frontage?
the yellow is my frontage.
Oh, really? So
facing
they're
south.
gonna build the houses facing
Yeah,
south?
that's the
All
way
our
I
houses-
understood.
All our houses are facing south.
Is there a reason for that?
Well, because I own lot 3, my daughter owns lot 2, my son owns lot 1, my best friend owns lot 5, and his brother owns lot 4.
Okay.
And we're already invested in it. We all want to face south. My kids are okay facing east where they're at. The rest of us want to face south because we've had north facing homes. East facing, west facing, we want south facing
You
homes.
want
That's why we
that
bought
snow
it.
to, we've had sun to melt
We want
that
the sun to
snow.
melt the snow, if there's any, like right now, there's some out there. So we want to utilize south facing. The piece on there, I get where they're saying is like, oh, down the future, we might need a road for the development, but the Hanson boys are not selling their property anytime soon. It could come
Well,
up for
it's-
sale, but even if it does, they have enough property behind me. If there was ever a stretch, like they have 471 feet from my back line to the canal, that you would still be able to put in a 60-foot right of way and an entire,
This puts us, though, that puts us in a situation like we've got out there with Ropalato,
Right.
you know, and so unfortunately, the pink, I get what you're saying,
Mhm.
but unfortunately, the experience is that's just kind of how it is.
well,
I gotta tell you, I don't have any issue with it. I like those flag lots and that kind of thing, and so what, he's got an access back there. I'd give you an ideal place to pull it. I think that'd be a very desirable thing.
Well, but what's gonna happen here, what the planning commission is saying now?
He's gonna
Is
split
this
that
gonna,
lot.
yeah, this is gonna create lots with the entrance on both sides.
Is that a dedicated road up here then in the pink?
That is
No.
the proposal, is for
Yeah.
a dedicated roadway. and that-
It's weeds and
That's the
grass
half.
now.
it's
Right.
gonna be weeds and grass forever too.
That's not.
Go to
any-
Hanson's back.
that's
Till the
not any-
Hansons die, and if the
right.
Hansons
Yeah.
die at that point in time, the only problem with that dedication is I lose 60 feet of property because I gotta give you a 33-foot right of way. I also have to do a 30-foot setback off of that if in 20 years there's a road that goes there. So
But
I
if your
also
house,
lose-
if your house is facing the other way, that ends up being your backyard.
Yeah, which I don't
So,
care, it's my
I
backyard,
didn't
but
say you
but if
still
we
use
put
it,
it, yeah,
you
we can
just
still
don't
use
get
it, but if we wanted to put an outbuilding any
You have
closer
to
than
put-
60, it has to
Yeah.
stay 60 feet off,
I'd
which,
like to get, for me, I don't mind, in fact, I don't mind giving him a chance to build his back garage right up next to the line and forget the setback. You didn't want to hear that from me, but that's how I feel.
That-
about it.
No,
it's
I'm
okay,
just
'cause originally that was
processing
our whole-
actually.
plan was like, that's why I presented it the way it is when I brought this into planning. Tammy was my helper. She's like, well, we don't want to road this close to the 300 north anyway. So your alternate access for a lane would be great. Our roads, we want them, what is it, 600 to 1,000 or something feet like that away?
Yeah, so our land use code does call out preferred block lengths of anywhere from 500 to 1,300 feet. Mr. Johnson's proposed alternative access is about 330 feet
How wide?
from the nearest roadway. How wide is?
The alternative
access.
Just it's 20 feet with 16 foot of asphalt.
Right.
I had fire sign off on it like in March, because he's like, oh, I love it, looks great. Got to turn around, I'm good, hard surface, perfect.
So you
That's
got
So-
to turn around for fire trucks?
Mhm.
I don't see a,
I don't know if it's on there, it's a hammerhead between
I
lot.
don't see a hammerhead on there.
Well, it's not on that picture then, but it's in between 3 and 4, or 5 and 4.
It would be required on the final plat.
Okay.
To record,
You gotta
I
have a way
probably
to
have
turn
it.
around there.
right.
Well, I don't love this, knowing what you're doing, but I'm gonna vote for it if the planning commission's approved it.
Well, I'm okay with
They
that,
haven't approved it.
but I'm not
They've
afraid to
denied it.
wait. I'm not.
They have approved with conditions.
So the planning commission has approved the subdivision with that road dedication.
See the hammerhead right
They
there?
have
Okay,
denied
that's what's,
his request
so
for
he
alternate
signed off on that.
access.
Fire was like, yeah, I like
Planning
it.
staff feels that his
So
request
basically,
for
there,
alternative
there.
access does meet the
Okay.
land use code, and so we're going
Okay.
to recommend approval.
Now we either support staff or we support the plan.
Yeah, so here we are again.
Well, I thought you said the planning commission voted to deny.
Say that
They
again, Tammy.
voted to deny only the alternative access request.
Right.
So the
Everything
yellow
They
else
approved it
is
with
approved.
So
conditions.
they're denying this. Well, that's what he's asking for.
Right.
So they didn't really approve it. They denied this. What
But
he's
they
asking.
did approve the subdivision.
Yeah.
As long as he dedicated roadway along that northern boundary.
So they approved the alternate access also because they want me to dedicate 33 feet on the northern side.
So
You guys don't want me to put a road in there, because as soon as I do, you got to maintain it. And you don't want a
So
15
you'll
foot wide road.
dedicate, you'll dedicate this?
Yes.
I don't want to, but I will.
Well, the only way I'm against it, that has to be dedicated, because I don't want to go through another.
Right.
No, and that's,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that's,
where I am.
yeah, and I'm okay dedicating. I'm not happy with the fact I lose 60 feet off the back,
So,
but I'm okay dedicating it because that's
Well,
what gets
in
me
my
what I
mind, it's
want.
one or the other. If you're not
Oh, I
happy
know.
with that, then I'm
I
not
know.
in favor of that.
So this yellow road, we're not gonna plow it, are we?
Nope, It's all
Okay.
private. You don't have to do anything with it.
And we don't have to do anything on the tank until
Not
something ever
until
happens.
something ever happens.
That's just, listen, that's just the nature of the county. When something happens, that's just what it is.
Mhm.
Well, you know, I'm a private property rights guy. He's got the right, funky or not, he's got the right to build on it. And he can put his house any which way he wants.
When this originally came to the planning commission, it was just the yellow that was being proposed, and they asked staff to go and work with the developer to get this dedication. And so we talked to the developer, and they were willing to do this, so we took it back to them. And then they, at that time, they said, no, we do not want to approve the yellow, we just want to approve this. And so in as staff looks at this, it just seems fair to allow them to still have the yellow and this, because it's not really we feel it's roughly proportionate to do this as long as he can get that. And so,
Can he sorry, I'm just speaking out loud here, but could he put a gate there for those 3 lots going back there? If it's all private, he could put a
yeah,
gate.
he could.
I'm
on
sure
the
you guys
yellow.
could have
Yeah, sure.
for him.
Yeah, I can make it a private lane or whatever, but
Yeah.
right now it's dedicated for utilities, for water and secondary down there. Those guys have already, it'll have their dedication for any West Warren water. And then Mountain View secondary. They'll have an access right to it if something's ever wrong with check meters or whatever. But on the other end of it, I'll just do a dedicated 33 feet over there and then I'll be good. I can just continue on.
And Commissioner, I better just make this for the record, is that he can put a gate pending the fire district giving approval.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
I'd have
this
to
is
put
gonna
a
be his
lock, I'd have to put a
access,
Knox box or
so,
something on there for those guys.
Fire
to access
department
it.
can get through.
Yeah, making sure that they're okay with that. If they're not, then he's got to leave that open until this goes in.
But I'm not gonna put a gate on it. So,
But even if you leave it open,
yeah, I'm not, I
I mean,
don't,
if it isn't a road, nobody's gonna go in there.
no, I don't plan on
Right.
gating it or anything. It'll stay open. It'll be asphalt. It'll just be to access our houses.
I'm gonna vote for it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that design.
All right, that's 2-1. I'm good.
That's generally the way it works here.
But, yeah, but I'm not in favor of doing away with any setback requirements. That just didn't create issues down the road with
Right.
neighbors.
No, I get
That
that.
sets a precedent. Well, you allowed him to do it, so I
That's
can't.
true.
so-
That's true.
Yeah, I'm
That's-
okay.
I love the
That's the reason we
idea.
have the setbacks.
They're
is so we
big
can be
lots.
consistent.
Yeah, they're big lots and there's room. I mean, we can stay
Yeah.
off the back. It's just the fact, I mean, it's just gonna be 60 feet to grow cows or something back there.
Yeah.
So,
You know, you can grow mini cows back there.
yeah,
What west is this?
55.
5,500 west.
500 right there.
And you're probably talking about
I know you can
Rofalatos,
get
which is
mini
over on your
cows.
side. Mini cows? Just do mini cows?
I've got some mini
Oh,
cows.
so,
Do you have some?
no, not yet. I guess I'll get some from you.
Well,
Oh, gee, there you go. Now we're.
this is the whole reason. These guys want to grow protein and not just roughage. That's the whole thing, you
Yeah.
know?
That's the reason.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
Thank you.
Rick?
Nope.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Okay,
Johnson, good
thank you,
luck.
guys.
Yeah.
I'll come tomorrow and listen to you say, yes, we're good.
Larry Johnson's the president of the Utah, or the National Association of Counties.
See? I'm a good guy.
Well, I didn't say if he's a good guy or not. He is, he's a great guy. Very, gosh, what a wonderful man. Yeah, okay, good luck.
Okay, thank you, guys.
This is tomorrow then, Rick?
Yeah,
Is
this
this on the
tomorrow.
agenda?
On your agenda.
Well, so you guys don't, you have planning commission tonight?
This already went to planning commission. So it's got
It's
to-
just waiting for you guys to say.
So I'll
yeah.
call Chad and say, what the crap were you guys thinking?
You know, in all respect to the planning commission, I think they made a good decision as well, but I think they were just asking for a little too much.
Yeah, I can see where they were coming from.
The planning commission spent 50 minutes at the last meeting talking about this road. And I get there's issues in the county to deal with, but like, we sat there for 50 minutes talking about this road. And half of them didn't have a clue what was going on. The other, there was one guy that was like, nope, nope. And there was a lady that was like, oh, I think we should do this and you should pay for it. I'm like, wait a second. It's a small 5-lot subdivision that's private. We're doing it like
What business are you in right now?
excavation.
Wonderful. Isn't it wonderful that we can have opportunities for others to learn and grow? And sometimes it's in a
Mhm.
public meeting, but a lot of people still need to learn.
Oh, yeah.
And it takes them, if it takes them 50 minutes to learn what it's taking you 5 decades or 3 or whatever
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
I've been on Syracuse City's planning commission for the last 7 years, and so,
Oh, great.
which doesn't mean anything for me. It means it was a pain in the butt. But I did it, and now I'm off of it because I'm gonna move to Warren and live out here.
You have your own company?
Uh-huh.
What's the name of it?
It's RJ Excavating.
Good for you. You
So,
guys busy or you just,
yeah.
is everything just sitting?
Excavators are.
We're so busy, it's freaking.
I wish I could find me a 35 or a 50 mini X somewhere. One of these days I'll come up with it. You guys are paying primo $5 for it. What's that?
I can say PC 78, but you're not gonna like it.
No,
Runs awesome, but it's got a hydraulic issue.
and I can't, I don't need that big. That's all it is listen, I got a hard time with what I can't even, hard for me to navigate a shovel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck, Mr.
Okay,
Johnson.
thanks. Appreciate it.
We got Plain City next, I think.
We do?
Yeah, well, not,
Is the mayor coming in?
no, Plain City rezone, sorry, I should have.
Oh,
It's near Plain City. They've talked to Plain City and they're not wanting to annex, so.
it's an airplane?
No, Plains, it's a development next to Plain City, sorry.
Oh,
They're not coming in anymore?
No,
they are.
the developer's coming in.
Okay.
But I don't think Plain City's coming.
what is it with you people out there?
What's the matter with Plain City?
Why don't you just annex some of these places in?
Well, you know why. It's not easy to annex property. You can't annex it against people's will, and people don't want to go from the county to the city when the price of taxes in the county are half
Oh,
what they
you
are
know,
in the
there we
city.
go. Not half.
Uh-huh, at least half.
It's because you got those franchise taxes.
Yeah. That's, so we pay for a fire department with that. And my bill for my fire department's about $135 or $40 a year. My daughter's out in West Haven is $500 a year.
Jeez.
That's the difference between Plain City's fire and Weaver Fire.
You're talking about fire district, Weaver Fire. We have nothing to do with Weaver Fire District.
Well, I know we don't, but you're talking about our franchise tax, and the tax pays for fire, which is a fourth or a fifth of what it is in Weaver.
Yeah.
So my point is,
We'll get
sure, I
calls.
pay that, but it's a really good deal. I'm glad to pay that franchise tax.
That makes sense.
It's a fraction of what Weaver Fires is.
Wow.
I'm just getting, I'm thinking of this.
Well, you,
So
we better.
what do you want to see somebody annex?
Well, you'll see in this next presentation. Okay.
It's next to the annexation, well, the,
JD,
JD Ranch.
JDC.
Yeah, it's right next to it, it butts it. And they visited with us a little while ago and they're wanting kind of similar to what
Yeah.
you have there. So they wanted to get your blessing on it and just your gut feel before they proceeded too much further.
Where all the monkeys are in a zoo. Every day you gotta do.
All I know is
Good
that
voice.
until we change our tax structure,
Oh,
won't happen.
Judas.
it won't.
Ah,
Just gonna keep happening over and over. And you
Yeah.
guys say, well, I don't understand.
well, why can't Plain City lower their taxes? We did. We gave them.
They have the lowest tax of any city in the state.
Hold on, while you're up there giving me the Mr. Mac approach right here, I'm just telling you, the Gage and I,
Yeah.
we didn't
raised
take
our
a haircut, we actually added a wig. They doubled our taxes. So Plain City could get a tax decrease. Did the Plain City folks go ahead and extend that tax decrease to their residents? No, they took.
Well, they didn't have to. The county tax went to them automatically.
So
The tax
he's on me
increase
for raising
automatically
taxes
went there.
again for unincorporated Weaver County.
We raised it 2 years ago.
Wasn't enough. That's the point.
Oh.
You're just giving me hell for Plain City not wanting
I
to
know.
annex somebody, wouldn't annex. I'd say, well, they can't annex somebody, if they don't want to annex, why would they annex when their taxes are so much cheaper in the county? Well, I don't have any sympathy for you there, Harv.
Oh, I know. You gotta listen. Listen, as my
We're still below.
my statutory big brother, that's probably what I call you, yes. DB. Just just beat the living, I don't know if I can handle too much more.
You got handled for another year.
You got,
Oh,
he's
And
got,
I'll be the chair this
I
year, so I'm
know,
gonna
boy.
just pound on you.
Listen, you sitting over there, sitting right here, hasn't affected your efficiency or effectiveness in pounding on me.
yeah, I don't think you let up much there.
Whether your bedroom's on this side or whether your bedroom's in the middle, it don't matter. You still just beat the living.
So when I was a kid growing up, I had 4 brothers, so there's 5 of us, we're all right in a row. So my mom and dad, they had a 2-bedroom house to begin with.
Wow.
So I have mom and dad and 1 brother with a little brother in the crib and the rest of us here. Well, as my sister got older, it's like, come on, I gotta have a bedroom. I can't be with boys. So they built an addition on the back of the house. They built Sue a bedroom and then they built a bedroom for the boys. Well, that bedroom wasn't real wide, but lengthwise, it ran the whole distance of the house. So it was probably 28 feet deep. Well, we just had 5 beds right there in a row.
Did you?
And then they built one great big chest of drawers built in. We all had 6 drawers. It was a great big long one. And anyway, so I was raised in that room with those 4 hooligans. And, boy, it was every day. It was
That had to be an experience.
an experience. You get up and you fight your way to the bathroom. 1 bathroom for 6 kids. You can
Wow.
imagine. But it worked.
Couldn't do that today.
No.
Wouldn't work.
Did you have enough hot water?
We ran out all the time. Yeah. All the time. Right now.
No, we don't get hot water at the gym half the time, so.
They had to fix them boilers down there. I know a guy.
Down the gym.
We had it this morning.
Gage had a cold shower last Monday.
Oh,
Boy, he didn't know about it. He got there and worked out and walked in there and they, oh, the water doesn't work. Gee, well, here I am stinky. I gotta try to shower.
you gotta dive in.
Man, was it cold.
That was brain freeze.
Offer them a new boiler for a lifetime membership.
Yeah.
Hey, I went out to try to sweeten your Christmas bonus.
Uh-huh.
I'll be kicked right in the butt. They were closed for inventory.
Oh, last Friday.
Really?
Well, you could have said something
I
to
didn't
me.
think to say that to you. Well, that's
Please
that.
plan accordingly.
How often do you inventory?
Once a year. Once a year. It's a $20 million inventory, so that's not an
Takes a
easy
while.
task.
Yeah.
Takes us 2 days to get through that.
Oh, you working Saturday too then, huh?
Well, this year, they start about 7 in the morning and they quit about 7:30 or 8 o'clock. Well, they quit in Orem at 8 o'clock. Mark said they were going in Ogden to more like 9 or 9:30.
Down in the Orem pit part of the state.
Yeah, that's not easy. Taking inventory like that. But you know, 2 reasons. Number one, the bank's happy when you take that because they know that there's something behind what they're loaning you. Secondly, as a shareholder, you kind of want to know that everything's right, you know? So it's good to have a count.
Well, we're looking right now. We're gonna have a discussion on the proposed rezone near Plain City.
That's what we're just talking
Charlie
about?
Ewert, we're waiting on Charlie?
No, we're waiting for the developer. They should be here.
Okay.
Is this Nelson Homes?
No, it's adjacent to Nelson Homes.
Oh, another one?
There we go.
Yeah,
Well,
they-
things are happening out there.
Wow.
You know, you'll find,
Why
Commissioner,
don't we get Plain City to take these?
you'll find that a lot of our agenda is taken up with this portfolio.
I know it, gee, tell you, getting all bombarded on both sides.
Boy, I got the nicest letter over the weekend from Jennifer, who was forwarded a letter from a lady who said, you know, we planned a year for this wedding.
Oh, I
It's
saw
gonna be
that.
at my brother's house, yeah.
So what was it about Parks and Recs? What did you?
What happened is, yeah, make sure that you, well, we're off mute anyway. She said, they lost their wedding venue that was gonna be at the brother's house.
Oh,
How's it going?
Please, come in, sit down.
So, yeah, the parks jumped in and said, we're closed, but we'll open back up. So they had people coming in from London and everywhere else.
North Fork Parker.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, was it Memorial, I think, Memorial.
Was that Memorial?
They just went up there and took care of them, and they just did a little extra,
For a wedding.
yeah, to help
good.
them out. Good for them.
That's good. All right, time.
Here we go.
Let's get going, commissioners. We're gonna move on now to our item number 5, which is a discussion regarding the proposed rezone near Plain City. That's all we've got. Leading out today, Steve Burton with Rick Grover and Charlie Ewert. And tell me your name again.
Brad Brown.
Brad Brown.
Yep.
Mr. Brown, welcome.
Thank you.
We have a full quorum for the Weber County Commission. And Mr. Burton, go ahead, please.
Yeah, awesome. So Commissioners, Brad reached out to our office a few weeks ago about a potential rezone. This is next to the JDC Ranch rezone that I think you're familiar with. Requesting a rezone to RE15, R110,
R110.
so 10,000 square foot lots. And Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, it's this piece?
Yep.
Right here.
Yep.
And then you've got JDC, which is right here. Our suggestion to them was get the commission's take. And so we set up a work session. That's what we're here for. So we're talking, how many lots?
About 50,
What's it zone now?
58.
It's zoned A1
A1?
or A2.
So that's more than, that's quarter acre lots.
Pass those.
Brad, what was your conversation when you visited with Plain City on this piece?
So Plain City said that, so JDC has a main thoroughfare that goes through. So we reached out to Dan Schuler, the Public Works Director at Plain City. Because the question was, well, you know, are they okay with this essentially? And what he told us is that this line of this main road through JDC that goes up through the West Park.
Let me see another map there. Is that another map we
Yeah.
can use?
Yep.
Here, you got, how many of those you got?
3.
Where's this line you're talking about?
So I can look from there.
Yeah.
So here's JDC Ranch,
Okay,
and then this is the road here, I think.
Yeah, this is our
How does it-
property right here.
okay.
And that's
Oh.
this piece right here.
So this road right here, you'd like to go straight up through yours?
Hold on. If your property's right there, what road are you saying in here? Is it this road?
Well, the road I was referring to was, Plain City said, hey, we want everything west of this road. We don't want anything east of that road. So that was the discussion we had, because,
Well, you're talking about sewer.
well, as far as annexing, because they can't serve the sewer. So,
Is this road, sorry, I gotta just I'm trying to keep, this is Plain City Road. Do you mean North Plain City Road up here?
North Plain City Road.
It doesn't say north up there. Okay,
Okay, but that red dot right there, that red square is that property?
Yeah, well, it stretches out past here.
Yeah.
all right, now I'm a little more, and there's your Plain City line. Where's the road? It
Where's the
comes
Plain City line?
right here.
Okay.
So you own up to the Plain City line then probably, right?
Yep.
So Plain City does not want annexes.
I mean, they're fine with us pressing forward with this like this. That's Chris Cave is our engineer from Reeve Associates, and he's been discussing that with Dan Schumer. Dan Schuler, Plain City Public Works Director.
So Brad, if I look at this image from JDC, your
Mhm.
piece is like right here. You'd have a road that connects.
No, ours is over this way. So
You're to
So
the
that-
east.
that orange one is this, same as this red line
Got
right
it.
here.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's us right there.
So you show a road to the south going here.
Uh-huh.
Is your intent to hook into this road right here they have?
Yes, and our discussion with Steve and Charlie were, they would like some continuity up through here. So we've talked with Nielsen Homes about, and they've said verbally, they're okay moving this connection point to where it makes sense.
Moving this, I'm assuming this is a road here. You're talking about moving that road?
Right.
But it doesn't show going all the way through.
Right, they created this before we were,
Okay,
but we're working side by side with them. We actually have a meeting tonight with the Central Weaver Sewer District to get that, they both get annexed into that.
I'll be there.
Yep. Hopefully not too many fireworks, right?
So
we like to call
I
it.
wouldn't say that.
So you're on the border of Plain City. Why wouldn't they take you?
They can't service us with sewer.
I thought they could, Scott.
No, this is the part that they didn't want. This
They
is-
could serve them if they wanted to.
Well, this has always been intended in my mind now, for this part to go to Central Weaver Sewer.
Okay.
And I've made no bones about the fact, the reason I want this to go to Central Weaver Sewer, number one, it's logical. They're right there and it's squarely in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Number two is it actually saves Plain City Sewer for an additional 10 or 15 years.
Right.
It makes it so it lasts longer. So, yeah, I want it to go to Central Weaver and the guys in Plain City, crap, who knows about them when it comes to that, you know? But this is all lining up. If this happens tonight, which I think it will, then they will go ahead and annex to Central Weaver, and you're just on the other side of it. Only makes sense you do it. On whether or not they'll ever end up in Plain City or not, I don't know. They're talking about taking it anyway if they have an agreement that goes with the property. Then Plain City might very well end up annexing that someday. Who knows? I don't know. It's nothing but a bunch of hot air right now. But obviously, this is going to be the north end of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, not only does it make sense to do Central Weaver, but if we were to try and connect into Plain City Sewer, we would have to pump up through here around all the way over somewhere over here, because gravity doesn't work for us and we'd have to pump that up. So
Well, this makes sense. Yeah, I'm not opposed to him going into Central Weaver. That's fine. I'm not happy about lot size, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with the quarter-acre lots.
What's the planning commission's recommendation?
They haven't seen this yet.
They haven't seen it?
No.
we've submitted and their recommendation was to talk with you guys first, and then next we'll do a work session with them.
Are you planning on any
Schedule.
parks or anything with this?
No, we're kind of, what we're doing is we're working side by side with JDC, kind of an extension of that, contiguous with them. They'll have some parks in the middle.
Yeah.
But
I'm probably not opposed to it under the condition that this mirrors what JDC, which is basically open space, parks, et cetera. I'm, just to come in and take a piece to 10,000 square foot lots without amenities. The reason I bought off on JDC was because of the amenities.
mhm,
Just to come in and say, okay, you're next to JDC, we're gonna give you 10,000 square foot lots, doesn't work for me.
No,
So I'm a no vote on that.
gotcha.
and I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told JDC.
Uh-huh.
I want you to go into the city. This is another city project, but I'm just being consistent with what I've done before.
Mhm.
So,
Doesn't our zoning require them to give, so if they're so big, to donate a certain amount for parks?
No, not if they're doing a standard subdivision.
No.
You could require that as part of the.
I thought that
rezone
was in
process.
our ordinance.
If they're doing a cluster
That's a
or if
cluster.
you're looking at some type of PRUD, there is that possibility. But you could look at it with the rezone, you could do a development agreement and require something like that.
wasn't this kind of a cluster type subdivision with the lot sizes being the way they are?
No.
No, this is straight 10,000 square foot lots.
Yeah, that's what I'm-
No,
Or
open space.
12,000 square foot lots.
Oh, you said 10.
They're 10.
They're 10.
Wow.
Well, it's an R110.
Yeah.
Some are, if you look at it, they vary in size. There's some 12s and 19 and 12s and 10s and so, but they're all over 10, so that's.
They're all
the
over 10.
R110s
They're
are.
a long ways. Plain City probably wouldn't give you more than thirds.
Yeah, that's what they give them. That's on the small
They give
side.
you third, they'd give you 15 to 20,000 square feet. 15 to 18.
R115.
Or you get 20,000 is what they've said,
Plain City said 20.
like half, they said nothing under half acre.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, they've changed their zoning lately. They've changed their R15 to, it's really like an R18, isn't it? It's 1,800 or 18,000 square foot.
Yeah, it used to be third, but then when you talk to them, it's 20, it's actually a half acre when you take everything into account.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've actually changed that just recently, Gabe.
Yeah.
I heard them talking about it, but I didn't realize they'd done it.
R118, isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
R118.
Mhm.
Brad, is that helpful to you to get some feedback?
Well, I'd be interested to see what the planning commission said, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Right.
Man, here we go, once again.
Well, and one thing, what we've been told, Central Weaver, if it does go into Plain City, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, it is.
And so,
He wants, you're good doing the right thing here. He
Well,
can't, the way it is right now, he can't go into places.
Well, I have no problem with Central Weaver.
mhm,
I have no problem not going into Plain City, just to, because I understand that. But I want it to be the same look and feel as I bought off on JDC Ranch for one reason. That
mhm,
was a community, there's some open space, there's trails, it's more a community. The
mhm.
last thing I'm gonna do is go out and plop, 10,000 square foot lots next to that,
Okay,
without any type of amenities, open space, parks, trails, etc.
gotcha. So are you saying if we take this, but put in some kind of amenities, some open
I want
space or
that to
park?
look like this.
Right,
I think what Brad's saying is he's hoping to include this piece as part of JDC and be able to use the same amenities, right?
right, that's how we.
Well, that'd work.
So that's
Well, that means you gotta put some trails in here somehow.
Yeah.
It's gonna go over there and hook to them and, make it look the same.
Look and feel.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, we would hope that, the continuity through this, that's how it feels, that, we don't have the massing to be able to create,
How many
significant,
acres you have there?
19, I think.
19 in that?
Mhm.
I thought I said.
Well, I'm just saying, you pop
There's two
You
parcels
pop,
there.
you pop this next to a JDC ranch, we're gonna have all the neighbors come out of the woodwork saying, okay, you bought off on the community plan, but now you're allowing 10,000 square foot lots. Doesn't work for me,
Mhm.
It makes sense what you say, Gabe.
so.
And this one's unique, because that was, as we were discussing it with Brian Bayless at Nelson Homes, how do we don't want to set a precedence, but there's this piece, and then there's this one sliver right over here that would be affected by, this is not, there's not more area, in this little pocket of Weaver County.
Well, all I'm saying is, we've set the precedent by JDC Ranch.
Mhm.
Anything surrounding that better look the same. Better incorporate that same concept or not,
You
or at least
could
you don't have my vote.
do something
only need
similar
two.
to that, master plan overlay, open space.
Thank you.
And we're happy to talk to you, work through that as we go through the planning commission and bring it to the county commission. So
Gotcha. Do you know, as far as percentages or, is this trails we're trying to get to come into theirs, or is that what you're looking for, Gage, or?
I think it's a combination, yeah, it's trails, it's really the community. If they've created a community out there
Uh-huh.
by what they've done here with the community center, trails, the whole thing.
Mhm.
So I just want something that, I guess what I'm
Looks
telling
and
you,
feels the
I want
same.
it to be part of JDC. I want, when somebody pulls through this piece of dirt, I want them to feel the same as when they pull through the JVC.
Yeah, like there's no,
Yeah.
just because there's two different
Well,
owners.
from
Yeah.
what you said, Gage, when you look at that, there are 110 right there where he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So they're gonna actually connect.
right. No,
So
I think
you'd
it's-
like that all to look
Yeah.
like it's one.
Yeah,
contiguous
same
piece.
type.
I just, when they drive through here into there or vice
Right.
versa, I don't want this to look like, okay,
But just
what
so
the
you
heck
know,
we just entered.
I'm gonna get 2 to
Yeah.
1.
I don't want
That
this-
makes
See,
sense.
it's
That
a
makes
no
sense.
vote Because I want it to go into the city first. I want it annexed into the city first.
Gotcha.
And so that's where I still think, and there's some work with the mayors and stuff. But right, that's where we are. We haven't heard JDC Ranch yet. When's that coming?
We haven't heard back from them yet.
Huh,
Still working.
we're waiting for you to be the new chair. That's what's happening.
Well, if I was in your shoes,
Uh-huh.
I would get with them.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
and we meet with them every week or two, so.
Okay, you're heading the right direction.
With Nelson?
Uh-huh. Mhm. So, yep, we'll be there with them tonight. So.
Do you have any other questions for Commission, Brad?
I don't think so. I think it's-
Good luck.
that's
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
You'll be successful.
Thanks for coming in.
Glad you were able to
Thanks,
knock up
Commissioner.
that piece of property.
Yeah, we think it'll be good.
It will be.
We think it's, doing it now, continuity with JDC will be best for everybody, because it ends up a nice
Yeah.
sewer project versus waiting a few years and then, trying to match it.
No, you'll do fine.
Yeah, no,
And it helps that we're friends with those guys.
Timing's good.
So,
it always pays to get along with your neighbors.
Yeah.
How do I know you? Where do you, how do I
So-
see you?
I spoke at your ward a while back,
Oh.
Stephen Laurie Brown's
Yeah,
son.
that's it.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, yeah, different context, right?
Yeah, that's why.
Speaking of, my mom apologized. Her phone broke that time you went to the Christmas tree thing in Ogden.
Yeah.
And apparently something got crossed and she was looking for you a different time than you were there and got her phone back and had some text messages. And she felt really bad about that.
Don't sweat it. No problem.
So,
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, thanks.
No, no.
Coming in.
Good luck.
thanks, guys.
See you later. Okay, Christie is our next appointment here, ready to go? Maybe not. We're a little early, commissioners.
We are.
This is a discussion regarding green.
We're 15 minutes early.
Boy, we're efficient.
We gotta start putting
Boy,
these
I'll
on
tell you,
time.
we're efficient.
We gotta put these on tighter.
So,
time
Gage?
schedules.
While we're just sitting here talking, I really buy into what you said here. The fact that we approved JDC based on the fact that it was a concept community.
Right.
You know,
That's where I was at.
and that this should
Be part of
match
it.
in and feel and look the same.
Yeah, if they take this whole concept and incorporate that, I'm good. But I'm just telling you, if you put this by itself, standalone on top of that,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a totally different feel.
Yeah, I agree with
They
that.
need to do some kind of parksy, artsy
Well,
stuff,
they just, yeah,
trailsy type thing in there. I agree.
there's no reason they couldn't take the same designer, the Nelson, and incorporate a lot of that same
I
stuff.
agree.
You know, in Plain City, our zoning says that if you build more than X amount of lots, I don't know if it's lots or acreage, I don't remember, it's been so long. Well, it's changed since I've been anyway, so you have to dedicate a park in there.
In Plain City's ordinance?
Uh-huh.
Oh, interesting.
And that's why I question this, because they do have a great big central park here, but, with 63 lots, to have another park up in here wouldn't be harmful.
Wouldn't hurt at all. I mean, I like these ideas with community parks.
Yeah, I
I'm
do
hearing
too.
out here out west, that's why the cluster, my opinion, has not worked, because they come in and dedicate space as a future park, but they don't leave any water with it, and there's no plan. We don't have any enforcement, that will be a park.
Right.
So they just turn around and leave it in weeds.
Well, and for this to be a park area in here would really add to this community.
That's
It
what I'm
would make it feel good and people would like to be around it.
Wouldn't hurt at all, to take this and say, okay, just space out wherever this is open space here, take some of this open space like this and put in here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Continue that same thing, that's all I'm after.
No, I agree. And this walking park they've got here, would be very nice to
Yeah.
go up this side and into there and then along and right back down in, make a walking loop. It'd be something,
Yeah.
it'd be heavily used. People really like that.
People would be proud of it and it'd create more of a desire for them to.
All right.
Well, actually, that helped JDC Ranch too.
Yeah.
That'd help them.
Oh, I agree.
Give
That'd
them-
make a great community for the whole bunch.
And that way, if Plain City doesn't take it, you know, we still have something that's workable out there and livable.
Right. Yeah, geez.
A short guy's gotta help the guy, taller guy's with the assistant.
I appreciate it.
How you doing?
I think, how are you?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Who we got coming here, Harv?
This is, commissioners, this is gonna be a discussion regarding the Green Hills Water and Sewer District. Jacques, Jakes or Jacques?
Jacques, like Cousteau.
Yeah.
Jacques
no,
Cousteau.
Sean Wilkins. Sean.
Jacques Behar and Sean Wilkinson.
He said
Who are
he
you,
doesn't know
ma'am?
anything about it.
I'm Lori Reichel. I'm a resident in the Green Hills Water and Sewer District.
Lori Rice Show.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are
great.
you part of the board up there?
No, I'm not. I am a concerned resident.
Man,
REI. SC. Don't worry, nobody only spelled it right. REISCHL.
you live there full time?
I just moved in the past month, but I've been a lot owner since 2018.
Where did you move from?
I moved from Arizona.
Good, welcome.
So where's Green Hills at?
Up off of Highway 39, just before you kind of get to the.
You know where
Where it
39
becomes
is?
South
It goes
Fork,
to
yeah.
Kazi.
Yeah,
South Fork Highway.
you're gonna be off on the north side. There's a road that goes up into the development there.
Oh, I know where that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
On the north side, and you kind of make a right back into there.
correct.
Headed
So,
back up kind of towards Wolf Creek on the other side, up on the top, right?
Yeah, you don't.
Around the
Well,
corner.
this is a pretty big development.
It's a big
There's
development,
100
yeah.
homes in there.
Yeah. Oh,
No, it's only 114 homes.
Yeah. 100.
Yeah, a little over 100.
Two main roads
Right.
that go up.
Drives in and then they divide and go up that hill.
Correct.
Yeah.
Two roads.
That's
Yeah.
right.
The one on the right at the very, very top is the water tank.
Yes.
Yeah,
Actually, there's a water tank on both of them.
Both.
Is there?
And then on
Yes, sir.
on the left, that's where Tim Charlwood's
sanctuary.
sanctuary development and the helipad are up there. So.
You got the
Kelly Creek Farm down below.
Kelly Creek Farms, they have the wedding ceremony.
Right.
Yes. yeah,
Started
that's-
out as a sheep farm. You remember those guys back in high school days, Scott Conley's and the Greeks
Yeah, you know, I.
had a barn up there. Used to go up there and help them shear their sheep.
Huh. Well,
Not many cows.
that
sheep.
right road.
I'm,
uh,
I know the
very
difference.
last
Quite familiar.
Home was built up. Was built right next to that tank. They couldn't get enough pressure out of there to run anything.
Oh, okay.
He could get the water he wanted because he's right next to the tank, but there just wasn't enough elevation drop to give him much. And so, we were involved. It was a spec home. He just built as a spec. And, he called me and he said, what do I do with this? And so we designed a pressure tank for him and a system to do that. And of
Okay.
course, it worked really good. And, so anyway, it all went well for him, but I was up there many times walking through that house.
Well, water's been an issue up there for a while.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for being early. We
Yeah.
appreciate that, and that'll serve all of us well. Do you have any other from your party coming to
No,
make the
sir.
presentation?
No, sir.
Please go ahead.
I have just a couple of issues. It's the feeling of that area, not just with the water board, but with the HOA board. A selection is a lifetime commitment, similar to the Supreme Court. These folks, I think 9 years have been in that position. I think it's supposed to be 4. I think every 4 years, they're supposed to be reelected. They've been there for 9.
Are you talking the HOA board?
No, I'm talking the
No,
water
the water
board.
The water.
But the HOA board's the same way.
They're sharing each other's playbook.
Yes, exactly. I happen to live on the Maple side, which is the second road up. I have complained for years about silt in my water. Back in January of 19, they sent out, the water board sent out an email saying, yeah, we understand there's silt in your water. Not just mine, everybody. It's been constant. I then came back in this month and complained again. I went to the water board annual meeting
and said, hey, something needs to be done. I talked to somebody who used to be on the board, who is also a certified water operator. He said they've been talking about it for 20 years to put a pump to waste in, which basically means that the first X minutes of water coming up the pipe, which has all the silt in it, pumps out someplace, doesn't go into the tank. So they clear the silt out of the line before it goes in. And I was then told by the president, and I brought my computer if you wanted to listen to the meeting. It's minutes 50 and 30 seconds to 58 and 49 seconds where that takes place. And I said, I have this problem, and I was told I have three options. I could, at my own cost, put a filter on. I could have silty water to try to take a bath in, or I could move out of the area. Those were my three choices. And he was very belittling when he was saying that. I have issues because they should be we are their constituents. They should be listening to us. And nothing. For almost 3 years, they've known about the problem for 20, but at least for the last 3 years, zero has been done.
Sean, is this a private water company?
No, it's a district.
All right, so it is a
So
district.
It is a district. Yes, so I believe the county commission does make appointments to that.
I'm gonna go ask her right now.
Well, that was gonna be my next
So
question.
this is, this is starting to, hold on, before you go out there, Commissioner. This has come up a couple of times where these people, there are a group of people up there that represent other people that are on these districts. And how they get appointed, and the last one I just checked out was under the state did the appointments. So this will be interesting how this one.
Yeah, find
Here's our
out.
problem, so you know, Jacques, is the,
I don't remember ever seeing any
No,
for
we
Green
haven't.
Hills coming through.
not in the 5 years I've been here. Oh, crap.
I believe it's been 9 years since 2013 was the last time an appointment was made, I believe.
This is gonna be like your TV translator district,
Yeah.
where people are receiving monies from the county tax rolls. And then there needs to be a governmental body that either puts people on the board, they need to be up for reelection.
Well, if it's a
It all has to
district,
go through the state eventually.
we should be making the appointments though,
That's
because we're the body politic.
correct.
The last one I checked on was your buddy old Johnny DeGiorgio out there to the west.
Yeah.
And it was a Weber, wasn't Weber Water. It was West Warren or something. And it was appointed by the state. Had to do with something with the state. So we didn't have jurisdictional, so he'll find out.
We need to find out if we're the body politic and if we have appointing rights or not.
Yeah, we need to, and then bring them in. Then we need to everybody's got terms and they've got bylaws and they've got.
Well, just like we did with, like you said, the translator station, we've got that thing keyed up.
Boy, I'll say you've done a wonderful job with that.
And see,
We've got that cleared out.
my whole issue, just so that you know my background, I deal with tax law. It's law. There are these rules and you play by those rules. And I don't feel like there's any rules being followed here. As a matter of fact, a number of years ago, they didn't even take minutes for those meetings. And
Let me tell you the other problem we've got.
Yeah.
We have 83 districts in the Upper Valley. 83 districts. And everybody's got their own set of, it's a mess up there. We try to say, water's gold though, and sewer is silver.
Well, yeah, but
Garbage.
he's not caring about the water, he just caring about the quality.
Quality.
So
Yeah, but
what'd you find out, Scott?
Well, so, in November, on the 15th, so a month ago, we get this letter from him. Have you seen this letter?
I sent in a grammar request asking for that letter and it was not provided to me. And they know that they did send me some correspondence, but they didn't send me that. And if I might just address that for a second.
Okay, well, I don't even mind giving you a copy of it.
The
I
thing,
care less.
here's the issue. For a year, they've had Zoom meetings. All of a sudden, they decided to have an in-person meeting. All of a sudden. I thought, something not right. I went to that meeting and they circulated this letter. They wouldn't let me read it, but they circulated it amongst the 3 board members. I believe they signed it. And I have no idea.
What's the letter say, Scott?
Okay, let me read it to you here.
I'd like to know what this. letter-
So this says it's in regards to the appointments to the board. Dear Commissioners, during an activity to draft a sewer management plan for our district, research-led board member Gene Brill to seek assistance of a professional to better understand statute around the local district. With the help of LeGrand Bidder, of course, you and I both know LeGrand, of Utah Associated Special Districts, it quickly became apparent that before we spend any more time to discuss our particular item of interest, the district need to address the current status of its 3 board members. That is to get us properly constituted, as it would appear that each of our team has expired without the board having called an election. So they've got 3 board members that they've let expire and haven't elected them.
Or brought them before this body for
Well,
legislative action.
per the code, which addresses Improvement District Board of Trustees, states that a legislative body of a county, thus the county commission, whose unincorporated area is partly or complete within the county district, may adopt at any time a resolution providing for, except as provided in section 4, the appointment of board of trustee members as provided in section 17. Subject 4 serves to limit the legislative body's ability to appoint except for certain circumstances. In our case, because the terms our elected board members have expired without the board having called an election, the appointment process is valid per this section. Judas, I don't even understand all that.
What does that mean?
That means they're justified, their action.
They're justified.
They reappointed themselves.
That's a bunch of crap.
They're not they're justifying why they're staying in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The appointment procedures as outlined in essence state that it may be done by resolution by following the procedures in which, in summary, are: number 1, prepare a notice of vacancy to include the vacant position. Number 2, require qualifications must be a registered voter at that location of the member's residence and residence within the district boundary. Number 3, procedures for appointments to be followed. And number 4, the person to contact, deadlines for consideration by an interested party. Okay, then the commission shall, 1, post a notice within 4 public places within the district, at least 1 month before the deadline, except your nominees. And 2, post a notice of vacancy on the Utah Public Notice website for 5 days prior to the deadline of acceptance. Okay, that sounds good.
For at least
But does
5
that
days.
mean, is that for an appointment or for an election though?
So my understanding, based on what you read, and we can have our attorneys look at that, look at this, is because they did not hold the election as they were supposed to.
Right.
It now falls back to the county commission to make appointments.
That's how I understand it. They never followed through with the election.
Correct. So they now lost the ability to hold. the
Selection
election.
procedures are outlined in this section stating that commissions may select persons to fill the vacancies from the application who meet the qualifications no sooner than 2 months after the commission is notified of the vacancy. Now, this is what Stacy was just saying. She says they're supposed to notify. And this says after the notification. And this is apparently what we get.
What is, I didn't see, what is that date, the date on that?
November 16th.
Of this year?
So we're a month into it.
So just a month
Just a
ago.
month, okay?
And as is customary in these types of matters, the commission shall make appointments in an open and public meeting where any interested person shall be heard and ultimately a resolution appointing a person is adopted. In the case of our district, there are 3 board members, all of whom need to be appointed. While each term is a 4-year term, we are recommending 2 4-year terms and 1 2-year term to facilitate the transition of new board members upon subsequent elections. Following appointments, the newly appointed board will convene a public meeting to elect a chair and appoint a clerk and a treasurer. Should you have any questions, please call Jean Bill. She can be reached. Well.
And see, this was done, in my opinion, in the dead of night to bypass everything. They knew they bypassed the election. And one of the things that Gene Brill said to me is only 50, I think it's 53 or 56 people out of 114 actually live there and are registered voters there. And the last time.
The others are part-time?
I'm sorry?
The others.
It's not
part-time.
seasonal.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And that the last time they had to pay for an election, it cost them $4,000 and they got 4 votes cast. So they felt.
That's expensive voting, but that's how it goes.
I fully understand, and I play by the rules, but it just seems like they're trying to dance around the rules. This letter was written literally weeks after the election. And that bothers me. We're not following the rules. That's my issue. And I'm sorry to be so passionate about it, but the rules are there for a reason. Otherwise, we have a lawless land.
And if I can just add to that, because my concern, I've only been in this district here, living there a short time, but an owner for some time. My 2 concerns are the transparency and the independence of these people that are currently on the board. You know, as Mr. Behar stated that, you know, there's a silt issue, which they've known about for 20 years. They haven't prioritized it to be fixed, but yet they seem to have an extremely cozy relationship with the Green Hills HOA board. And they recently moved.
What board?
Green Hills HOA.
The HOA board.
Well, it's probably the same people involved.
Well, no, it's not the same people, luckily for that. But they're just as cavalier as these people. And so they've known about this silt problem. They know that people have dirty water. You know, I'm just finding out about this dirty water because I've only lived there for about a month now. And yet they prioritize relocating a pressure release valve at the entry to appease the agenda of the HOA board because they want to put a gate in there, and that release valve had to be moved in order to facilitate the gate. Has nothing to do with the priority. There's no benefit, well, I shouldn't say there's no benefit, but there was no emergency need. There wasn't a need for the valve replacement. So I'm questioning their independence. They seem to have, like I said, an overly cozy relationship with the HOA board. And the other thing that bothers me is Gene Brill, because all 3 of these people are looking to reseat themselves in this process. In Gene Brill, there's a lot of political battles going on in the HOA side as well. And Gene Brill used her PII data that she has for all of the members of the community to solicit votes for a GHHOA matter. And to me, that is lack of transparency, lack of independence. You know, it's very concerning because these are people that are supposed to be representing the community in the best interest of the community and not the interest of the select few people.
Okay, so, thank you. The information on every owner up there is available on the county public website. So you can get access and build your own database based on what's already there.
I would agree with
So-
you, except for the thing that she used, it said on the very top of it, Green Hills Water District. It's the list, the list from the water district.
Okay, thank you. All right, got that. So Commissioner Jenkins, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, in a deal like this, normally you have trouble filling these positions because most people don't want to serve on them, as long as they can get their water and the pressure's okay, they're happy, but I see what you're saying. In your case, the quality of the water you're getting isn't up to your standard, and you'd like to do something about it.
And there are
And,
two people that have applied that I know of, that the names were submitted on the appropriate application. One is a former water board member and also a certified water operator.
So when did they apply? I didn't think they were taking applications, because we were just notified.
Yeah, so here's the deal. You said that they applied, but to who? I don't think they applied to the right process. I think there's been a, to me, this sounds like that they've not gone through the right process for
I agree.
quite a number of years, and now they're saying, hey, look, we've been found out or caught, and so we just need to certify the process and make sure that it's all held accountable, so everything's above board.
I agree, and I took the application that I was directed to by your office staff, filled it out. One of the other people filled it out. I happened to be coming to Ogden. I picked it up from his house. I brought it and left it with your reception.
The application for the board.
Well, she had a bunch of things attached to this, so she's probably got applications out there.
Okay.
Because I think.
When did you do that?
I want to say either last.
Within the last 2 months?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's within the last 2 weeks, I think.
And he come and talked to me about 6 or 8 weeks ago, didn't you?
4,
4, okay.
and it was almost,
Seemed like 6 or 8.
it was almost a week after that was written, I believe.
Okay, well, so what we need to do then is we just basically need to have our attorneys take a look at it. Sean, I think that was your suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have our attorneys take a look at it. These people need to fall into compliance. They're lucky they don't have John Bond sticked after him like he did the translator. Because, but
So you just take a copy of that and give it back to her. So she's got it too. All right,
and I'm
we'll
okay
jump on it.
I'm okay to give a copy to these folks here too.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, like I say, I did turn in a grammar request because I had no idea and they wouldn't share it.
Well, that's my concern is we,
Ash, make sure that Stace knows you're gonna make them a copy. Make sure we're not crossing any line there.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think we are.
From,
I could care less.
yeah, that's my concern is as we go through this now review process, we want to find the best candidates that are going to be independent and that are going to be transparent.
You bet.
Because I struggle with these people that do their, you scratch my back, I scratch your back type of relationship, because they represent the body up there. We need to be doing what's
Man,
best for everyone.
the State Department of Water Quality and Resources require that you have clean water. You could come in here and you've alleged that your water's got silt in it. There should be routine tests going on. There should be other things. Those should all be submitted down there to the Department of Water Quality. And so you should now, and those should be published to their
But
members.
still,
And
it's
so-
not traditionally a water quality issue.
not
Is
traditional.
that's the issue. Is
Yeah.
is they have to, they
It's in your
have to,
system.
they have to have a
That's
system
right.
that provides potable water. And they do that. Every month they do that. And they're right now testing for some type of radon, I forget what it is. But they are testing for that. But according to the water board, they are not required to have clean looking water. And what happened was, what brought this all to attention, my wife drew a bath and that bath was brown. She couldn't bathe in it. So when I complained about it, they said, well, we don't have to. It just has to be potable.
Thank you.
Well, then, that's up to the folks of the
Right. I understand.
district, right? So we will take action with our attorney and find out and start the process here for you.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Lisa,
coming in
folks.
and making your
We appreciate it.
presentation.
Thank you very much.
Any other
Yeah.
questions for us?
No.
I just have
Thank
one
you.
quick one.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that I comply with the process to put in an application.
Talk to Stacy when you're out, the gal right to your right.
Make sure that she's successfully received your application.
I will.
And so one thing I would recommend to you is that if you're looking for a change in the board, because we put out requests for people to fill out their applications. And a lot of, sometimes people, we just don't get any. So if you're concerned about it, I would go to your neighbors and we will do what's required under state law to notify people. But what I'm suggesting to you, you may want to do more than that and let them know that this is opened up.
Well, I know that there are two. I know there's mine and I know there is a,
Well, lobby your, really, you're gonna have to drum up some votes,
Yeah.
lobby your neighbors.
Yeah.
okay?
Well, and a lot of times it comes down to where you take that water off the tank at. If you take it out of the very bottom, you get all the silt in the tank. If you go up a foot or two, then you allow that silt to filter out, lay on the bottom of the tank.
Last time that they cleaned the tank, I was told that they had feet of packed silt at the bottom of that tank.
When that happened,
Would surprise me.
yeah, that happened.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Good
your
luck,
time.
thank you.
Well, that's an area that's always had issues with water. I mean, they just. those wells
Well,
on that side.
when you're not in a gravel bed, you're in a sand bed, you get silt.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Well, I
There's
used to
just
draw
more
back-
effort we're spending on the upper valley for 4%,
There it is.
40% for 4.
There we go. I hear you very well.
Geez.
Loud and clear. For what percent?
Spending 40% of my time on 4% of the
People,
stay out of that white box, Gage. It's gonna be deadly.
Oh, wow.
Oh my, it's good.
What's in there?
It's like it's a teaspoon with pumpkin inside. And, oh gosh, Sean, you ought to at least treat yourself. It'll probably grow hair on your head.
Well, if it does that, I'm all for it. Hey, Commissioner Jenkins, for the
Mhm.
Legislative Affairs Breakfast coming up,
Mhm.
do you have anything that you want us
Those are.
to
Where'd these come
discuss
from?
or to bring up?
Somebody, I don't know. What's
legislative
yours, chocolate chip?
From a
chip.
community development perspective. I mean, we think
You
they're
know,
aware of
Gage,
housing,
I can't
they're
tell
aware
you
of
enough.
transportation, but is
You
there
need to put
anything
cameras
that
around your
we're not
place.
thinking of?
There's your tractor right there.
Yeah.
Right now.
See, that's the Kubota. The Bobcat, I wanted him to use the Bobcat.
And we have a
Oh,
bill
well.
being run
How
by.
come they're using the
Melissa Ballard.
Kubota?
Well,
I don't know.
no,
That's what I
that
wanted
one
to
being
ask
Running
him.
by Jake
Something's up.
Hendrick
What you doing?
to finance some of the things we're doing.
We just tipped it over.
Poverty.
I kind of see what happened here. Look at this. Let's see.
Doesn't affect our legislation.
Oh, he dumped it over.
Oh, he tipped it.
He split it in half.
Yeah.
Anything on
look, it's gonna-
annexations or islands
You may want to dock his wages.
that we're doing
That
this
guy
year?
helps me all the time.
Not really. All right.
Okay.
So I'm not planning on having anything to present.
Yeah.
He's gonna break, God, he's gonna bend my bucket there somewhere between that picture. Look, see how it's up double here?
Uh-huh.
Watch this.
You might.
You need a skid loader ought to be doing that.
That's what I had for him. Look at that. Oh. Well, it's already done. It's 20 minutes ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's for staff.
See, it's dumped off now, so
Yeah.
somewhere in there, he dumped it. All the crap.
Wow, you got a problem there.
And plus, these stupid forks are bending the bucket. That's my
What are you
problem.
linen?
Well, you got too much
Lifted.
weight on the end of that bucket. You need a skid loader. Look at that. Is that a boiler?
No, it's an oven.
Skid loader, you wouldn't have that problem. Wow.
Is that happening right now?
No, it happened 20 minutes ago.
Did he drop it?
203, drop this one. They're heavy, but this is
Oh, look
probably.
at that. He's got the whole side broke out.
I know, I can, listen, I know.
Yeah, and you bought these?
No, these are junk. These are the ones that came out of it.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate to see you lose your investment there.
Oh, yeah, it's just how it goes.
You need a skid loader? I'll have Kelly bring one down to you.
Yeah, it'd be great. No, I'm good. I got that tool cat. That's what I wanted him to use. It's got forks on it. Not those piece of crap forks that are bending the bucket.
Those are pretty close together.
Yeah.
When you notice that, it's hard to
Yeah.
keep a load stable when the
Yeah.
forks are only that far apart.
We end up having to buy a new bucket.
You will? You think he bent the bucket?
I think bend that front of that bucket like.
Yeah. Geez. Are you pissed now?
What does getting mad do? Look at him out there. Now he's figuring out what the heck is right down. He's carrying away the rags.
You know he's on camera?
Doesn't that? Well, I just called him.
Who's this? Dad?
No.
Your brother or father-in-law? Your father-in-law?
Oh, so tough to write out. Miguel Navarro.
Navarro?
Navarro.
Is that Mexican? Oh, okay. Is this guy legal or illegal?
He's legal.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah, he's a good man, a great guy, good hard worker.
We sure found a good tile layer down in St. George.
There you go.
Little Mexican crew. Boy, they did a good job.
So is this on your room? You're
Yeah.
closing that in?
Yeah,
How's that working?
well, got the tile in and
Well, hold on, you're closing in between the casita and the other,
no, as you walk in,
your front room.
front room. where
Yeah,
we
on
have
the left
computer,
side as you
Left
walk in.
side.
Yeah,
So that's where the Murphy bed
yeah.
is going. We took the carpet out, had the tile in, we got the Murphy bed coming. She's got some new furniture, so that'll be like a fourth bedroom.
Yeah.
We're not putting in a full, it won't be enclosed, we're gonna put in like a slider,
A barn door.
barn door type thing, so we'll use it. And, the bed goes up, it'll look just like a
Office.
regular office, yeah.
I'm looking forward to see that.
Yeah, should be done by.
Did you get, what's on the bottom side of that bed?
The bottom side is.
When it's up.
So when it goes up, you've got like two sides with, to hold like lamps, and then there'll be a small, almost desk, kind of like a desk, sort of flips up, there'll be the desk.
Oh, yeah, well, see, yeah, I was gonna show you something here. Okay, so I'm always,
Did I hear something else fall?
it's just racks. Go ahead, you
that-
snorted.
That bucket shot.
Yeah, that's probably done. Look at this right here. Come on. How do I blow it up?
There you go.
Watch this. Come on in.
Same thing.
Watch this.
Oh. Oh, look at that. Yep,
Pretty slick, isn't it?
look. Is that a double? What is that? That looks like a
It's a
single.
queen.
Is that a queen?
Yes, sir. Did you get my voicemail?
Your heads are right here.
No,
Top.
About.
Yeah, ours.
Facilities manager.
We got a king. It stands up
no,
right.
but I haven't listened to my.
You got a
voicemail,
can?
so that's
Yeah.
Probably why.
You're good. I'm good with it. so.
Is this Murphy?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
this is guy out of Ohio, but I showed this to Murphy. They're all over. Okay, welcome.
But they're not building that, Murphy's building it for you?
Yeah. I've got the guys in St. George building mine.
Yeah, I just got a regular shell. Okay, anyway, here we go. Well, this is a welcome commissioners back. This is a discussion on our nepotism policy. Just before 2:30. It's okay. We have the Ohio State cheerleader Sarah Swan here, along with Marty Smith and Jennifer Graham. Oh, we've got two Ohio State people. Well, I'm just thinking red. I'm sorry, I maybe
Ohio
made a
State, come on.
mistake. I made a mistake.
They're fixing to get there.
Give me a purple.
Boy, BYU didn't do good, did they?
Oh, my goodness.
No, but Utah State made up for it.
That's right.
They
That's
did.
only the
Utah
better.
State played really well. I was very proud of them, but
People were just roasting BYU over this. It
They
was
were?
actually a little funny. Yeah. I
well, they
follow,
should
like,
roast them. They
Utah
were
fan
disappointed that they didn't get a better bowl game than they go to and get
That's what they were all
They got
saying.
beat by, they were number 13. They should have done better than
I
that.
know.
Or somebody that nobody knows.
Hold on, sorry, just for a second. Listen to this. Hold on, he's taking it away. Now, hold on, listen, sorry. Wait for it. You know what happened?
Yeah, either dropped it or drug it.
What happened then? He dropped something.
Some's dropped off. Gosh. Oh, well, here we go. Sorry, Sarah. Buddy of mine, he's a great, big Ohio State fan. He showed up to bring me a box of goodies. He had that big old Ohio State. I got something I'm gonna send Colton to. I
don't
got
think he'll appreciate it.
Oh, it's okay.
He's operating on high stress.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, you say high stress, he should be on a high right now. They've won, they're heading to the bowl game, life's good.
They gotta win the next one though.
He's
only got
the Yeah.
top
linebacker
in the country.
I know, the top number one.
It's under a little pressure.
Well, not number one, but he's,
Close enough.
yeah.
Top three.
Top three,
For sure.
certainly.
Well, welcome. Glad. Thanks for being here. Let's have Jennifer and Marty. Will you guys start out here? Thank you, Sarah.
All-American coach.
Yeah, I'm not a kid. Go ahead, please.
Commissioners, we're just here to talk about nepotism policy again. We're coming to.
You got a problem with what now?
No, we don't have any problems, thankfully, right now. Sarah, we've spoken with Sarah.
I
We
don't know if
under-
that's true, we don't have problems, but.
We
Are they
understand,
nepotism though?
yeah, no, we have problems, but. And we've met with Sarah, we understand her position. We're here to ask for an exception.
So you're asking for an exception to the policy.
That's right.
We've been kind of operating on an exception. Sarah's given us a little bit of slack till the end of the year.
Just not to hang yourself?
We'd like to run a little closer to the state code of allowing 12 weeks as opposed to the far more restrictive policy in the county of 4 weeks,
For what?
to allow that many hours of a family member to work in a department.
So the state code is 12 weeks. The county's policy is 4 weeks.
The state code though, that's just, that's only pertains to elected officials, meaning
Right.
you hiring somebody that you're related to. Those are your rules, and of course, the county can set a tighter guideline if we choose to.
Yeah, the state doesn't allow anything other than elected officials that leniency, do they?
It's not written in the code, it's only written for elected officials in
Okay,
the code.
so basically, if it's not written, it's not allowed.
Yeah.
I don't
know.
actually know
It's
the
not,
answer to that.
it's not
but-
approved.
So we're asking for exceptions for part-time, non-benefited employees in the areas where we're struggling to find people to work. Concession stands, housekeeping, banquet servers, door watchers.
What type of work do they do? And describe what they would do.
A door watcher watches the door.
No, but I mean, describe why you're having to do a nepotism thing. I'm trying to help you here, Marty.
So we've had a few. We already have had some that we are employing.
30 You have 32. You have 32 nepotism violations, and that's not including the folks who already worked there before this. So you guys are at like 40 roughly.
These
A
are
lot.
positions that we don't think are,
And
Much
that's how
risk.
many they have today.
They're violating policy currently.
32.
More than that, 32 since you guys
Set
granted them an
policy.
exception. There were already people who worked there, so you're probably looking about 40 roughly.
But those people were already grandfathered in as part of the
Correct,
policy,
yeah.
so they really aren't in violation of the policy. Although they are
Understand.
nepotism.
But this comes down to the fact you can't get people, right?
Wait, but and I don't know if you guys know this, but we gotta get into this in a little more detail, because the last person that you hired, and I think you guys were on the email. So I don't know how much Duncan is telling you, and I don't know how much is getting out there, but the last person that you hired that was a relative, at that time,
There were several in the,
you had
Applicant
19 applicants. More than half of those had not even been opened. So when Candace pushed back and said, why are you hiring a relative? You have all these applicants. They said, we don't care, we just want to hire the relative anyway. As of right now, in the last 8 weeks, you've
wow.
had 34 applications. right now, today, not even, 9 of them haven't been open. But you have 34 applications. That's more than any other county job that we have had in the last 8 weeks. You guys are getting more applicants. And I just think, I mean, the policy already allowed you the 4 weeks. You could split that up into 30 shifts. You could split it into 224 hours. Like, that's pretty generous, especially where we already have 40 people who are outside of it. Like, we're just asking for problems. I think what really needs to happen is we need to be more creative with people we have. Because when you do this, you're killing morale. Like, all those people out at Golden Spike right now are already complaining about it. I mean,
They are.
Who's complaining about it?
when we interviewed all those people for Chase, there wasn't a single one who didn't complain about
Well,
the
we knew that
nepotism.
was a problem. We eliminated that.
But was that
Well,
the,
and that
was
wasn't just
that
directly,
the
they just,
Chase?
when they're complaining about Golden Spike as a whole, that was one of the biggest complaints is that.
Yeah, but these
People
people
are
we're talking
favored.
about, they don't even work around that same, that's
But-
not,
and-
that's a
and, I
different
mean-
department.
It's just a morale killer. In general, nepotism is a morale killer. It leads to favoritism, it leads to accusation. Jennifer, you've seen it with your son. People made accusations that aren't even true just because he's your son. So all I'm saying is,
I'm done.
you're asking for problems. You've
Yeah.
got 40 people who are already violating it. You're just asking for more problems. And I'm typically the one who cleans them up. I'm typically the one who has to defend them. And I mean, I think you guys should look at cross-training your people and using your concession people across all your areas and doing more things to retain, because if morale continues to decrease, you're not going to be able to keep those folks. And you're going against what we're trying to do, which is keeping people.
Well, based
Well, if I
upon
could
those
be-
numbers, tell me, we've got 34 applications and we only open 8 of those. It looks to me like we don't have a problem with that, with people. We have a problem with people pinpointing who they want to work without. So why aren't we opening up every application? I mean, that, to me, that flies in the face. We're handpicking, we're encouraging nepotism because we're skipping over somebody that's not related,
Well,
which I
that is
can't support.
that is contrary to what was described to us.
Well, Sarah's
I
got,
have a
So,
copy of the email.
we got
that she
the
wrote
facts
back,
right
and he
here.
said, she told him exactly, and he said, don't care, proceed with Kim.
Who said don't care? Do you know?
Randy Christensen.
you've got applications,
Where's
you're not
Randy?
even
See
opening
this
up.
old the
Yeah.
Chase.
Well, Commissioner, and I don't know about this specific example, but I can
Well, she
speak
mentioned
for,
it twice, though,
There's
not just once.
2 times.
Yeah.
So it looks to me like you're just overseeing the applications. You're pinpointing the ones that you want to hire that are related. So we don't,
So, because I was told that a lot of them aren't responding, they haven't.
They hadn't even been open.
Well, they're
I
not
mean,
open.
I
And
can
so,
see,
so
like, who
that's
opens them.
why I'm surprised to hear
Yeah.
that, because that is
I went
not,
in there and looked at every one.
is that
and
they're
then-
not responding. I do know that Duncan has got Katie now going through and are those today's numbers by any chance?
This was on Friday. I pulled it up on Friday and there were 34 in there. 9 hadn't even been touched at all yet. And they've been in there for
So
over a
9
week.
had been there for over a week.
Mhm.
This as of last Friday.
Yeah, just recently.
this
I
last
just
week.
opened it
because
on
I know
Friday.
we've been struggling in the banquet department and
come
couldn't get
on.
anybody. We couldn't get anyone and no one to show up.
Well,
for
what do you mean?
interviews.
So you couldn't get anybody, but you got 34 applications.
Well, not, that's a different
for
job.
me.
Well, in general, I mean, if this is happening here, this is happening
It's-
somewhere
Is
else.
this a Duncan
I
problem?
mean,
Because Duncan ought to be the guy opening up
It's
the
not related.
application.
Working in the
shouldn't he?
grounds,
And
doing
we-
stalls,
Well,
like
his
this, they're
staff-
serving
yeah.
hamburgers.
Yeah, but I would
Working
think.
in the
Yeah.
kitchen. They don't.
well, I understand that, but I'm saying,
That's
if
really what.
somebody's
Because I
ignoring
know, like,
applications in
I
one
know
area,
of the
why wouldn't they
banquet
ignore
department at the
somewhere else?
conference center,
Yeah, I
the
can't
best
answer
workers
that,
we
yeah.
have been
But
able
this
to
is-
find.
It's,
No, I'm not talking about the
Supervisors,
job. I'm talking about the policy
They're
of
willing to
ignoring
come and work and
applications
serve
and not-
banquets.
yeah, that's,
and
needs to
try-
be
And
addressed.
trying to
we
select
hire
who
them
we
as
want
temps
because they're related.
because
I'm
We
sorry,
can't
I want to
hire
hear what you said.
Right.
I'm just saying if it, I understand this is a different job with these 34, but this is consistent. If it's happening in one area, what is it's happening somewhere else?
Well, I think the only place that we're seeing this happen is Golden Spike. I mean, when I talked to Cassie, she said she didn't want an exception to nepotism policy, that she didn't want anything to do with it because of what had happened
She's
with
had
Ross and
problems.
Ann.
Mhm.
Yeah,
She
she's,
didn't want,
as I was explaining to Commissioner Jenkins, she's working some of them through temp services. We're paying more for them. Our best banquet workers are the supervisor's children.
But
Right.
they come through the temp service.
We
And I
hire
guess
them
in
through
all
the temp
fairness,
service.
maybe
So
that's
instead
what
of
we
paying
have
them
to do.
$12, $13, $15 an hour, we pay $25 an
well,
hour.
you're just circumventing the system. I mean, that's just.
That's,
you
but
guys
that's what
getting
we
a lot
have to
away
do.
from it.
That's,
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know that you do have to do that. I'm saying there's more applications for these jobs than there are
Yeah.
any other job in the county. So it's not making sense to me. I mean, if you want us to call them all, we can figure out what's going on and do them ourselves. But there's more to this than just, like I said, on the day that he was told directly, you've got 34 applications. Why aren't you? And he said, no, we think she's gonna be a good
This
worker.
is
We already
Randy,
know.
not Duncan, right?
Well,
Right, but Duncan's overseas. Huh?
but I'd like to go back and make another point to one of your points, Sarah, and that is, we do cross-train people and we do work them across departments. The problem is that the night that the conference center is busy, so is the fairgrounds. And so it works sometimes, but not all the time. It's not like we're not managing people.
Nobody
and we're
was
not-
cross-trained and that you guys couldn't do that because they were different jobs.
We use them all the time. Fairgrounds to conference center when we can and when they're
Quite
not busy.
often, yeah.
Yeah.
The banqueting is particularly hard, like those hot plates and the weight is. So I think people avoid banqueting whenever they can. They don't mind working in the concession stands. We do have a hard time getting some of the Western staff to want to go up to work at the ice sheet. They don't necessarily translate real well, the different cultures. So we do cross-train and we do cross-utilize. I don't think we do it a ton. I don't think.
We do it when they're willing and when we
Yeah.
can get them.
Well, I think you could advertise to it too. I mean, if you got, I'm just saying, the labor market's not going to get any better. So we have to find different ways to think outside of the box to try and make it better ourselves. And that could be one of them. I mean, if you're advertised, it's 9 miles from Golden Spike to the ice sheet. So if you advertise for a position, a concession worker across groups, there's no reason people can't apply for that and go to all those places. I mean, we fixed the wage disparity. That should be good. Like I said, it's not a lack of getting applications. You have more than anybody else does. So, and I, even last month, I mean, when you guys came in, I made the exception to go, you have more leniency than any other department. I said, I'll tell you what, you can take concession workers and ticket takers, and those can be different divisions. You have so much flexibility right now. It just doesn't make sense to me to change the whole county policy that we know we have direct evidence that causes real issues for me and for the county as a whole and for morale. It doesn't make sense for me to make it more lenient when you guys already have more leniency, like I said, than anybody else does. And it's not that you're not getting applications.
Recently, that one, we went a long time with none.
Well, like I said, when I talked to Cassie about the nepotism, she said she doesn't want an exception. So I mean, I can pull that data as well. So I only looked at Golden Spike because Cassie said she didn't want anything to do with it. So coming into this, it was my understanding that Golden Spike was the only issue.
It really is mainly Golden Spike. There's a little bit Parks and Recs, and I think Todd talked to you about
And
those
he's good now.
workflows.
Todd
Yeah,
said he doesn't need an exception either. So basically, leaving that, the only exception I was under the understanding was that we needed the Golden Spike. But like I said, we've already got 40 out there. That's a lot.
Yeah, and it was my understanding that like in the event staff, the ones who ticket takers, like the wagemans, for example, they've supervised that department for a long time. And their sister was one of their best workers and they're literally standing at the door taking tickets and such. And so that was the areas in which we were needing people. The wagemans had quit and.
What's your proposal? What's your plea then?
Well, we were just wanting to go to 480 hours for those people, those exceptions that where we do have people.
because currently it's 160.
Like we have, Melissa's.
It's 4 weeks, but I mean, you
Yeah.
don't have to define that as 160. It's 4 weeks. So whether you define that by days or
Well, right.
you calculate the hours.
Right.
Right, but even 160 for some of our, like, we've got, there's 2 janitors that we have out at the fairgrounds. One of them is I believe a full-time person, and it's like his nephew or cousin or something that wanted to work part-time. So that's the janitorial one. 160 hours wouldn't do us a ton because we need them about 15 to 19 hours a week. So even asking for 480, we're still not quite getting what we would need for that. So,
But as a supervisor, I mean, if that person hires their nephew or whatever it is, I mean, this is only direct relative, so it's got to be first cousin or nephew would be in there. But you're just sending the message, I mean, then everybody else, that guy gets preferred shifts, who's that's his uncle. I mean, it just creates the biggest problems.
Sarah, go down to that other end, go farther.
And I mean, in theory, it's.
Go out the
we
door,
struggle.
Sarah.
Listen, so to all of you, I am a little closer to this spot because I've seen it and I've seen what was been out there. I didn't experience the nepotism, only on one, food and beverage. But everything else, we really didn't have
Well-
had people out there, and we didn't have a strong HR manager at the time that was keeping us there.
It's true.
A lot of times, the only way we get people, but I do remember though, before we had people enforcing this, the only way we could get people, this extra people to stand at the doors, and they're much needed. You just can't leave a door unattended, because then the one guy gets inside and he opens the door and lets his 10 buddies into the rodeo. And then the producer says, well, wait, where's my money for those tickets? We're held liable for that.
Well, we have to watch for beer and other contraband.
Yeah, I
as
mean, it's
well,
just,
so-
it becomes a liability on another side. Just, it's been super hard, but I am surprised to hear that they're not even opening the applications. to
I'm
at least-
surprised to hear that too, because that's not what was communicated.
The last
Yeah, I
time we
can
had
see
talked,
every time somebody opens it, I can see the date they opened it, I can see the time, I can see what they did with it, and nothing is happening.
yeah, I think on one of those, the last one, they had just disqualified most of them that were in there.
They hadn't even opened it,
How
so
can they
couldn't
disqualify unless they
because
open
they
it?
hadn't even opened. it.
Well, ones they'd open.
Bingo. Yeah, but the
Not-
point is, if they haven't opened them, they obviously
right.
want somebody
They're-
else.
so
to-
what-
Well, yeah, I'm not.
They're
disagreeing that part.
disqualifying him without opening because they're handpicking who they want because they're related. I
Which
mean,
was I mean, that was.
let's call it what it is.
Legitimately the case in that one. I mean, like I said, he knew there were applications there. We straight told him, hey, you've got 20 applications in there. Most of them haven't even been open. And he said, don't care, hire her anyway. He didn't say don't care. He said proceed with the applicant. I shouldn't have said that. He didn't say it ignorantly, but he did
But it
disregard.
kind of
what was said.
represents the fact he doesn't care. He
Sure.
said, look, we're just gonna go ahead with that one anyway.
It just gave me an indication that
Yeah,
something bigger is here. And then when I see
I
the
just-
numbers. and
I don't
how
think
many-
that's healthy.
See, and I remember that one in particular because the conversation to me was, we just haven't had time to go in and mark them, but we know they're not qualified.
They
And
hadn't
that's what
opened
was
them, so there's
communicated
no way they
back.
could
Do
have
you remember
known.
that one?
Yeah, that's been a couple of weeks though, since that one.
And I think that's the one she's talking about.
It
though.
is.
The same one.
Yeah. Because I remember that conversation and that there was like that, it's just that we didn't mark it. And then in fact, you said, well, you guys need to go in and mark them. I think
Yeah.
That was you.
I mean, And I know, and this shouldn't be happening. I mean, I'm agreement with you, commissioners, that we should be going in and qualifying every single one. I just know over this past several months, we've gone weeks without anybody applying at some jobs. And our only option was to hire people that we knew. Or we have one in the concessions right now. She's one of the best workers, Melissa's mother, Sharon. Because she'll come work because her daughter works there and she's super helpful. and-
Here's my issue. It just pains me to know that you guys are out there at every event. You work your 40 hours plus during the week, and then you're working every Saturday and Friday night and banqueting and plating and carrying things and doing everything else and working in the kitchens. We got to get you some help because your job, you guys are leading very well by example and by going out and doing the hard and the menial tasks.
Well, maybe we need to reach back out to, because Cassie's banqueting is a real issue. We go through the temp for what we can. And we've kind of solved that by doing, and solved is too kind of a word. We're patched it together with these high school groups, whether it's a choir group or a basketball. And they help, their legs on the grounds to help carry plates, but they get, and it's like I've tried to tell the advisors, you've done this once, this is the hardest part. Now you know what you're doing. Please come back and do another one. Please come back and do, because you have to spend a half an hour just trying to get those kids up to speed. So, maybe we need to go back to Duncan and have a conversation about that. And maybe he's gonna have to look at a temp service similar to what Cassie's had to do.
We're making.
Which just
donations
costs
to
us more money,
Well.
but that's
all
what
I'm
it
saying
is. They're
first,
circumventing the system, but
before
that's
you
what
wanna
it
change
is.
Policy, clean it up. You've got applications.
Fair enough.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
just open the
fair enough.
envelopes and
That's
hire 'em.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Right.
it's not allowed, it's not that nobody's applying and you don't have anybody. Like I said, you have more applicants than any other county job.
I wish I would have known about that.
That would have saved a little.
I wish I would have
embarrassment.
known about your
Well,
side.
I don't think it's
I'm fine with
embarrassing.
that.
It's just getting
gonna
it
wear
out
my
and
elbow.
Well,
saying.
yeah, I wasn't
hey,
aware of that single job.
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
there's
you've got
34
34 as
applicants.
of Friday.
I'm just-
And 9 hadn't been open, and you still have 5 from a prior register that have not been contacted. So really, you've got 14 applications
Is
right
that
now
all in
that have not
Indian
even
staff?
been contacted.
Is that event staff? Is that what you were looking at?
It is, yeah, for Golden Spike.
That's Golden.
What else do you got for us before we've got a few minutes still?
We're supposed to meet with you again at 3:15,
You wanted to talk about
the fair.
fair, but what else? You wanted to talk about something else after the fair presentation. Oh, it was this, and you got on the schedule for this.
I was on the
This is
schedule
on-
for this
okay, on Wild
beforehand.
I'm
Well-
sorry, it's hard to solve these kind of deals.
Well, yeah, I mean, we struggle in our banquets, we struggle in concessions.
What was the answer when you asked him, is this a Duncan problem?
I don't think there was one.
Yeah, there wasn't an answer.
Yeah,
When I said
I'd like
this-
to know if Duncan.
Because I
knows
thought
about this.
Duncan would have been the one opening the envelope.
He
Yeah,
is the
you'd
one who
think so.
typically opens them, so he's gotta know. On the ones that had been opened, that had no action been taken, it was Duncan typically who had opened them.
So I think
Well, let me
that's
ask
what
you
we
this.
have to go back and find.
How do
out.
you know he didn't open?
Because the system shows me anytime somebody touches it, it shows me what they did, what time they did it. It will literally, if you go in right now and I clicked on it, it'll say Sarah Swan opened this at 1:50. Here's what she did
Shows you
with it.
exactly who.
You're
I can
deadly.
see everything.
I'll say.
Yeah, so I don't know if Randy, I mean, I think Randy's been trained up. It sounds like he has. Duncan was gone for a whole week. And was playing catch up last week. So I don't know if Duncan's had the time to get in there this week and look at those.
So that's true, because actually Randy was gone for a week, almost a week, and then Duncan was gone for 2 weeks. So that could play into it. I think that's probably something we
Because he
need
has
to go
trouble
back and
just
find
getting
out.
Said if I was
Paper
Duncan to
performance.
come back and found out this was happening, I'd be really torqued.
Yeah, that's why I need to go back and talk to Duncan, because that's not okay to just leave 30 sitting there not looked at.
Right.
I'd like to know
Some
what
of them,
Duncan's
as
take
of
on this
Friday, there were
is.
34 applicants. 9 had not been opened yet of the 34, and you still have 5 from a prior register that had not even been contacted.
So 30 are in there, 9 haven't been opened.
34,
34.
25 he opened, 9 he
Oh,
didn't.
okay, I thought it was
There's no,
30 something.
there's
hadn't
no
opened.
action taken on most of them though.
So Sarah, on the people that we do have, that I think you said there were 32 people. Now that the end of the year is coming and our exception is going away, our alternatives are to either reduce them back to 4 weeks or to move them to a different division
Yes,
Or terminate them.
or terminate them.
yes.
So Melissa's mother
So
will have to.
can you get me a list of those 32?
Yeah, I'll give you this one right here.
Thanks.
I'll put it on there, but-
Judas, is she ready for you or what?
She,
Listen, I take nepotism seriously because it has caused me probably the most complicated and the
Is it?
most issues. I don't know, maybe not, but it's caused me many issues to where, I mean, even to the fact where I had to fight a case at ULD, one that went clear to investigation with the EEOC and it was nepotism related. I mean, there are real problems with it, which is why I'm so, I don't know, passionate about it because it legitimately creates problems, not only there, but on the morale level with just people feeling like it's a problem. And the first week I started, the standard examiner called me and said, what are you gonna do about the county's nepotism?
Well, that's your
Whatever
cousin
since
Brad
then,
D that
it
did all
stuck in my
that.
mind,
Yeah,
like,
I-
we
Well,
gotta do something.
You know, I mean,
I'll take
Sarah's
credit
not
for that.
wrong. I just know on the day in and day out
Who's moving
grind,
back?
when we can't find people in banquets.
Well, and I
how
guess
hard it
that's
is,
why
and
the
we can't-
exception is there, so that, I mean, that's, if you had 4 weeks, you're talking about, 28 shifts. If you were in a bind on occasion, 28 events is a lot, and
Yeah, we do 250 at the conference center alone. I
if
mean,
you're,
I'm just saying, it's hard.
but if they're in
We're
different
having trouble.
divisions, oh, I'm sorry, Marty. But if they're in different divisions, a ticket seller versus a facilities worker.
yes, and that is
Okay.
only the exception made for you guys, is me trying to say, hey, let me do it further. I mean, nobody else gets that. Sean's group, Sean can't hire anyone that works in roads and in operations, or, 2 that work in roads, you can hire roads and operations, excuse me.
Sure.
But you guys are getting that still, like you have, like I said, you have more exceptions than anybody else, more leniency.
We Appreciate it. They're some of our best workers.
Well, we have also more complications and more weekends work than anybody else,
Not
except for the
necessarily.
sheriff.
I was just gonna
Only
say,
except for the
sheriff's got same
sheriff.
problems, and he's still not hiring relatives. I mean,
We doesn't
we
have
gotta find a
part-time
way to
workers
figure it out.
either.
He does. There's all kinds of part-time workers. His CAs, most of them are part-time.
What's a CA?
Correctional assistant, people who
Yeah,
work in
they
the
got quite
town.
a few.
Are they part-time merit or part-time non?
It just depends on how many hours they're.
Well, he
working.
also has the lion's share of the budget. If we had that too, we're trying to,
Yeah.
we're trying to break even, let alone instead of,
Yeah. You guys have someone between us and the fair?
we do have a report. You're actually welcome to stay in here
COVID.
for
Oh,
that
that's
part.
okay.
It's a
We can-
COVID update. Oh, this is a COVID update over Zoom. And he'll be
Well,
here
we're
in just
8
a minute.
minutes early, so we're 12 minutes.
That's
away.
it, that's it, those are 8 minutes fast.
No, we're at 3:15.
I think we're good. Yep. You guys have any other questions?
No, we're good. Right?
Yeah.
I would sure
I'll
like some
help you
answers on this,
how-
I'll
However
find
I
out why
can,
that's
but
at.
let's clean it
But,
up first.
yeah, this
before we
nepotism-
share.
Particularly
Why
one.
those haven't been open.
Nepotism is not something we want to encourage. In fact, we want to discourage it because and I support Sarah, this creates more output. And this just isn't the county. If you look at any major company, one of the things they avoid like the plague is nepotism. Because it's hard to keep that chain of command in place when they're reporting to their mother, brother, whatever it is. So there's a reason for this,
And we understand that.
which I
We
hope you
do.
guys
We
understand.
do. We
We
understand
do. I
And-
mean, we do.
We've had our
I've seen
share of
it.
problems with
We've
it.
struggled
Yeah.
with it. We just, when we need the people at the rodeo and the stories that, there's probably instances like you have, and Duncan probably has instances that fight his cause too, so.
But I'm just wondering, it's because it becomes so much easier to talk to somebody, well, you look, my brother-in-law, sister-in-law needs a job, put
Absolutely,
them on. And
absolutely.
it's, I understand that mechanics, but that
Yeah.
We're gonna have to hire
That-
the temp.
Yeah.
thought has to stop.
No, I
When
understand
we,
that.
when
We
it
should
absolutely
not be
happens, we'll go
vetting.
through it.
Yeah.
We do have instances where the only reason the mother is willing to come out and apply for concession is because her daughter or son is also working there. So now you're getting two good employees, potentially because they will work together, but
Well, and that's what
that
I
does
was,
happen.
that's what I was saying about, I know at the conference center in the banquet department. It's just Cassie can't find people. They just won't apply.
It's a hard job
And
though.
But like
the-
I
the
said,
best-
Cassie's the one saying, I don't want you to. do
Well,
it.
yeah,
Don't
because she's
change
found a
it."
workaround. That's what I'm saying. We had to go do a workaround and go to the temp service and pay them more. And they're the best workers we have, but we're just circumventing the system.
Well, according to her, she didn't want anybody who, I mean, I didn't hear about you guys circumventing the system, but she told me after what happened with Ross and Ann, I don't want any relatives to work
Yeah.
there. I don't
Well,
want
because
anything to do with it.
Because it's really easy to terminate that relationship with the temp service
Yeah.
if the employee
Right.
becomes a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
Then it's just like, no, we're not doing it anymore. You don't have to go.
And
through the
it is
county
better
rules.
anyway, because they don't work for us. We
Where's
don't control
the-
their wage, we
where's
don't
Ross in
control.
Circumvent, works out, it's a workaround.
It's
Well, he's
a,
gonna-
It costs us money, but it's a workaround.
and it's unfair, and there are times that it's a little bit unfair to the employee
said,
because, well, of course, this is
I
kind of
got two
nepotism, but
job offers.
when you've got an
that
employee
didn't
that's a
pan
20
out.
to 29
I
hour
would hope
employee,
that you
and then they
had
need to
done
work more,
something to
they'll work
derail.
29 hours and then they'll go work on the
And I
temp
said,
service for another
That's
12,
illegal.
18
That's
hours.
illegal.
That's happening at conference.
It's illegal. That's
I just
that's
wouldn't do that
circumventing
sort of
federal
thing.
law
And-
in an effort to not give them benefits.
And
and pay
that's,
overtime.
that's why it's
That's
unfair to
illegal.
the employee.
Yeah.
You
You guys should not be doing
Well, that got knocked down today too.
Nepotism, I mean, if you get around like that, they're not our employee, we don't
Well,
control.
I
the whole
just
reason
kinda
nepotism
wondered, I always
exists is
liked
because we
Ross.
control the
Me too.
employees,
Nice guy.
on temp, but that is against
But-
federal law.
It's not about
Okay,
being
well, you know
nice
that
guy.
spreadsheet that I came to you
Yeah.
with? I might need to add a little bit more to
Wasn't always
that.
that way either, so.
Because I didn't know that.
Like you
I've
said,
always thought it was unfair, but I didn't know. it
All right.
was illegal.
Thanks. We'll see you
Thanks.
It is
we'll see you in
against federal
20
law.
minutes
It's
or so.
essentially. thorn
20
in the
minutes or
area of
15.
like that.
Yeah,
If they filed this. like-
Brian will join us here in a few minutes. and
Okay,
then
great.
Yeah,
we'll-
we'll wait out here.
I would say thank you, Sarah, but I'm not
I
gonna.
know. And like I said, I'll work with you to help you. If you guys need help sourcing those applications or whatever, I'm more than willing to help you, but clean it up before we change something.
It's tough,
I
Jennifer.
don't know how. to-
I know.
Ooh, we got 34 applications. People want it.
Thanks, guys.
No, I wish they would bring these cookies in here.
I know it.
I can't hardly keep away from them.
You better get one of those chocolate chips. Those were, whoa,
This is about 100 calories. Those chocolate chips are like 400.
they're big time. Give a couple of those to Harv.
No,
Take care of his girlish figure.
no, that was embarrassing.
That was interesting. Obviously, they're not on the same page.
No.
Look, none of us I do, but you don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in those deals. You're fighting for just trying to get anybody out there. And in the past, we got every application that they would send to us from Human Resources, but look, Human Resources now is a different animal than it was 5-6 years ago when I was out at the fairgrounds. They're efficient.
She's going by the book,
Well,
which keeps us out of court,
she's
which is a good thing.
they're doing a wonderful job over there. I'll give you credit for that. They're doing a wonderful job
Sarah runs a good
following
shop.
through, and they're deadly with their information. mean, that just shot it right out of the water.
Yeah.
You know, I would tell you, I had people tell me all the time when I was out there, I applied for a job, but I'd never see the application. I'd have to call Human Resources 3 or 4 times. Where's that application? No, I copied it and in the thing. Remember, she's the one that got us electronic on the first. They were all paper apps.
Well, that was your buddy Brad D was hiring his relatives.
I'm telling you, it was hard to get people. And that was
Oh, I get
super
it.
frustrated. Super frustrated.
You know, Brad D is moving back to North Ogden.
What, from St. George? What happened?
I ran into him here a couple weeks ago. He's in paying his taxes. He sold out in St. George building in North Ogden.
Well, that shocks me.
Shocked me too.
I thought him and Marcia were just happy as a.
He was all about
Client.
St. George. Yeah.
Mhm.
Kind of took me by surprise.
How'd he look? How's his health?
He looked, boy, he's thin. I mean, but
Gant.
always has been thin.
Like Gant almost.
Yeah.
I thought they had to go down there because of Marcia's health.
Well, that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah, I thought that's what ultimately took him down.
She needed the drier climate. I don't know.
She's a wonderful person.
She is.
She's nice, isn't she?
They're both nice. I like Brad a ton.
Yeah, Brad's nice.
He sees things a little different sometimes than I do. Oh, I was hoping he was gonna be the speaker when I was the
Yeah.
Senate president. and Neither one of them got it.
I couldn't believe that.
That
You
went
know,
south.
even I'd hoped that too.
That went
I
south,
told
didn't
him, I says, watch what you're doing. He says, what do you mean? I says, well, the guys from Davis County, they'll tell you one thing, but none of them will vote for you. Ah, so don't worry.
I think
got
that's
that.
what happened.
Mhm. He did. When all got said and done, he came up to me a few days later and he says, you know, I was thinking about that. And he says, what you said had happened is exactly what happened. Those guys told me they had one thing and they all pissed backwards on me. I said, well, I got the same thing happen to me, by the same group.
Yeah.
And it just
Well-
happens to be those guys that are in today.
What about our commissioners down there with the opioid?
Yeah, that's
Isn't
what
it-
they're doing
Isn't it
now.
kind of the same story?
Yep.
Different branch of government?
That surprises me about that opioid thing. You would think they're just looking after themselves on that. It sounds
They
to
are.
me like
Well,
Hold it.
Lorraine is so convinced it's gonna be $100 million payday.
to Davis
Just-
County.
Mhm. Just convinced of it. Because they got in early.
Well, I would have to think that we have a bigger issue with that than Davis County.
Oh, are you kidding? They give us what, couple $100,000 a year and say, take care of the Lantern House and our people from Davis County. Thank you very much. I want that deal. As far as I'm concerned, that deal stopped. We're not gonna take care of your Davis County people. I don't know what else we can do with them. Put them on a bus and send them back down to Layton or Farmington. I'm done. We take care of everybody else's and when they need to take care of their own.
But that sounds so easy.
Well, we told it to the Father Mulcahy or whatever his name was that came up from Salt Lake and brought a bus up to us. They're just shipping them on the front runner one at a time is all.
But they were putting those guys in the Ogden Rescue Mission.
Right.
That guy was a dingus.
He was. Well, just like that gal, I mean, she's turned out to be good, but that gal that stood up in the middle of our commission meeting a couple of years ago and said, the guys, they sent me here from Salt Lake to.
Oh, I remember
said,
that.
"Come
Were you
up
here
here."
then?
Yeah, yeah.
And we laughed, we said, you serious? And well, that's just.
They
what
put her on a
we're
bus or something, didn't they? Or
Yeah, they put her on her kids on a bus.
talking
Sent her
about
to the
that,
Lantern
but
House.
they told her
That's
there was
what they
nothing they
said.
could do, that you had to come up here, we'd fix her.
that was
We
from
did.
Salt, that was from Salt Lake. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Oh, we
doesn't,
did.
Our taxpayers do.
that doesn't surprise me.
I'm not in a good frame of mind right now.
I can just see in your eyes.
You can replace that bucket. Come on, it's just a bucket.
You know, I wanted to get a skid steer plank mounted on the front of that tractor anyway.
Yeah, it's time you do it.
It's time I do it.
Yeah, just don't quit being so damn cheap. Then you gotta buy your mini X. You already bought your mini X.
No, I need to buy. Do you have one?
No, Harrison's got one.
He does?
I borrow his and I let him use my skid and my backhoe.
Well, that works out then.
Kind of
doesn't
trade
it?
out. Yeah, I don't need a skid, I don't need a mini X every day.
There's Brian right there.
Yeah, we'll get started. That's great.
257.
Let's do it. Let's get going. Mr. Cowan, are you ready to go?
I am, Commissioner. Ready
Would
to
you
go.
go ahead and go, we have item number 8 devoted to you on our agenda. If you would go ahead and start your presentation, well, I would be indebted.
All right, I'll get right into it. Numbers are looking good again this week. We are still continuing on the downward trend of case growth. So we're entering into the 4th week of that trend. For our health district, we've had 50,118 total cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic. That's an increase of 516 over the last week. For a 7-day average of 69 new cases a day, which is 12 fewer a day than what we reported a week ago. So it's a reflection of that downward trend.
Substantial.
Active cases, we have 1,880 active cases currently. That's positive cases in the last 14 days. That's a decrease of 54 from the number of active cases that we had last week. So a little bit smaller decrease than a week ago, but still on that downward trend, which is what we hope continues. Deaths in Weber and Morgan counties are up to 356 now. That's 4 more than we reported over the last week. And that moves us into hospitalizations. Looking at the hospitalizations, our ICU occupancy is at the highest that it's been, 39 out of 30 beds being reported. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The inventory of ICU beds has declined, and I'm not sure I know why. It's 6 of them have been taken out between McCady Hospital and Ogden Regional. So that's part of this report today, the increase in percentage. They're showing 162% occupancy of ICU beds. I don't know if that's temporary or if it's tied to staffing or what the issue could be. But it does kind of make a reflection in the data that appears the situation is getting worse than it was, if we just look at the statistics, than it was last week. But the actual COVID cases and COVID hospitalizations have declined over the last week again. So that's good news. We have 39 COVID cases in the hospital last week, or this week, which is 28 fewer than a week ago. Of those 39, 19 of those are occupying ICU beds. So even though—
Brian, let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
If you've got 162% of your ICU beds and you're a hospital, if you only have 100% beds, if I have a hospital and I have 100 beds, how do I have 162 being occupied? And now you said being occupied. If I only have 100 beds, how do I have 162 beds being occupied? They're not doubling up in the beds, 62 of them.
So they have a normal inventory of ICU beds. So these the extra in the inventory are where they've set up ICU beds in a room that's not normally used
a regular
as an
room,
intensive care unit. Yeah,
like labor and delivery, or the heart attack wing, or the the osteo whatever.
Yes,
Okay.
they're using parts of their facilities to house these additional intensive care units that aren't normally set up for those care units.
We ought to ask, I'd ask Mark or those guys at the hospital and say, well, how do you do that? What's going on? And are they billing the customer at the ICU rate? Well, that's the big thing too. I suspect it has something to do with that.
It has more to do with people checking in that need the ICU attention.
How many of the people, Brian, are non-vaccinated that are in the hospital, period? What's the percentage?
That's a good question, Commissioner Harvey, and I don't have that statistic with me.
Okay.
A few weeks ago, it was still about 90% of the hospitalizations were unvaccinated. That's changed just a little bit. We're in the 80% area, between 80 and 90% that are unvaccinated. And the reason we're seeing that decrease is we're seeing more vaccinated people in the breakthrough cases. We're seeing both an increase in cases in vaccinated, those are the breakthrough,
but also an increase in reinfections. Those are people that have had COVID before and now are getting it again, testing positive again. So
Sorry to keep interrupting your presentation, but of the deaths that you just reported, new deaths, how many of those were breakthrough cases? Or were they all?
Of the 4 over the last week, those were unvaccinated deaths. Total of the 356 that we've had in our area, we have about 30, right around 30 of those are in vaccinated people.
So how many deaths were there total?
356.
So
And
a little less than 10% are the breakthrough.
Yep.
Have been vaccinated.
Yeah, and that could have been for, okay.
Could have been other reasons too.
See,
Sorry, go ahead, Brian. Thank you.
Yep, we covered the school, the hospitals pretty well. Let me jump to the schools. And the same trend we're seeing in the schools, a decrease in the active cases. Over the last 14 days, we've had 114 students, teachers, or staff test positive for COVID. So 114 active cases in our schools. 95 of those are students, 6 are in teachers, 13 are in other staff. All of those are decreases from what we reported last week for a total number of 44 cases less than what we had last week. And the number of cases impacted has dropped down to 73. Last week it was 78. 73 cases with schools with at least 1 case. And we don't have any schools halfway to the test to stay threshold or at the test to stay threshold. So things are improving in the schools as well. We expect with the Christmas break happening this week, we'll have a 7 to 10 day period where school is out. We expect to see our case numbers decline even further in the schools as we start school back up next year. So let's talk about vaccination statistics real quick here. Seen a little bit of decline in the uptake of vaccinations into the 5 to 11-year-olds. We feel like that's more related to the holiday season than anything else. We're still have the same amount of vaccination efforts out there. I think we just are hearing that people are busy. So we hope it picks up back up after the holidays. We've vaccinated with at least 1 dose, 16% of our 5 to 11-year-old population. As we look at our 12 to 18-year-olds, we're at 61% of that population. 19 to 24, we're up to 64%, and the same with 30 to 39, 65% on that one. So still some growth in those age demographics and gradually inching closer to that 70% goal that we have for all of our populations. When we look at our percentage of all eligible, that's older than 5 now. In Weber Morgan Health District, that's 67% that we have vaccinated with at least one dose. As we look at combined, all ages in our population, 61% are now vaccinated. Statewide, fully vaccinated, we're at 57% statewide. So that's my report today. Just got, I guess, kind of follow it up with things are looking good. Maybe real quick, I can add a little bit on the Omicron variant. We're watching that grow and in the country, and we're getting new information about the variant every day. One of the difficult things about this time frame when we're looking at a new virus or a new disease is every day is a learning experience, and every piece of research that comes out, typically it's reported before it's gone through peer review or been published officially. And so sometimes we'll get some conflicting information, and we're seeing a little bit of that happening right now in the media, where we're hearing reports of vaccinations being as effective or a little less effective to no effect. The same thing is happening with monoclonal antibodies. We're having some research that preliminary suggests that the antibodies aren't as effective against this variant as some of the other variants. But we're still learning in that process. So just kind of keep that in mind as you see the information about the variant come out. We're watching it closely in the state. Still less than 5% of our new cases are in the state are the Omicron variant right now. And as we look at the vaccination effectiveness, there's still some good indication that vaccinated people have a protective layer against the Omicron variant that's more beneficial than the unvaccinated. That's a good news to keep in mind. And we'll just, it does appear to be more more efficient at infecting new hosts than the Delta variant, but it also appears that the degree of illness or the severity of disease is less than with the Delta variant. So those kind of things, those are the trends that we're seeing start to come out in the data as we watch this Omicron variant. We are seeing some areas of the country impacted with it by much higher rates than we're seeing in Utah. So we expect really to see our main growth of the Omicron variant happen after the holiday season, sometime in the month of January, probably towards the middle or the end. We will anticipate seeing that variant sell in the number of positive cases and potentially, depending on which model we look at, taking over as the dominant variant in our area. We're watching it closely, and I'll do my best to keep you updated as we learn the new things about it.
So Brian, this is Commissioner Jenkins. If
Yes.
you go to the national average, we're showing an increase right now coming nationally. Do you worry that we'll follow suit just 2 or 3 weeks later?
That has been the trend, Commissioner, as we look at the pandemic since it started. The Intermountain West has a tendency to trend 3 or 4 weeks later than what we see on the East Coast. And so right now, we're in a good spot with our cases declining.
We are right now.
And we've been in that decline as the East Coast has been growing. So there is some anticipation, and some of the predictive models we're using demonstrate that we'll have an increase of cases after the first of the year. But we don't expect that wave to be as severe as the previous 2 waves, meaning we'll peak at a lower number of cases and then start to decline back down again.
All right.
You done?
Nope.
Okay.
Got one more. Second question is, last Friday night on one of the TV stations, they had an infectious disease doctor, and he said, and this shocked me. He said, this Omicron could be the best thing that ever happened to us. He says, this is a gift from God. And I thought, what the heck is this guy talking about? And he said, it's more infectious than the others. And he says the results, it is less evasive than the others. So he says, this leads you to believe that this will morph to more like the flu that we get now, instead of stay at the level where it's at. And number 2, the people who do get it are building antibodies. And he says, that's really important to build antibodies against this. So he says, I know everybody's worried about it, but he says, I'm telling you, this is a wonderful thing that's starting to happen. What do you think about that, Brian? I didn't hardly know what to think about that. I mean, it makes sense when he sits and talks about it, but I thought, good night.
My thoughts on this are just kind of, we're learning about this virus as we go. It's really hard for us to predict exactly how it will behave and what the long-term outcome of that is. And I think we can have optimistic views, and sometimes those optimistic views might vary in how we share them or what we are optimistic about, and we can have pessimistic views about those as well. I like to try and land in the middle of the road. I think, in this doctor's opinions, he has some valid points that if the disease has a lower burden on our population and it helps us get to an endemic state quicker, meaning that we recognize the disease is here, we understand the disease burden, we protect most of the population through vaccination efforts or natural immunities, then that is a good place to get to. but I'm not sure it's really the optimism that he has is one that I share. I would like to have a more controlled approach to make sure that we're not, we're vaccinating people and that people are taking steps to minimize their risk. Because that disease burden, we can look at it at a community level or we can look at it at the individual level. We still have individuals that with the Delta variant or the Omicron variant are suffering severe health issues that last for long term. They become encumbered with hospital bills that they can't pay. And there are still people that are dying from that Omicron variant as well. So, it's hard. And Commissioner, I think I want to land in the middle of the road on this one and recognize there are some positive things to the disease being a lower disease burden in general to people, but I still think we need to be cautious and take steps to minimize risk to ourselves that we can.
You would have made a good politician, Brian. Non-committal, that's the way they want to be.
Pull the road, which is not a bad space.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not a bad.
All right, Commissioner Harvey, I'm done.
Thank you.
One question, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
So Brian, I want to go back to schools just for a second. I forgot what numbers you said, but it appears that our issues, the potential problems that we thought may come about with our K-6 is not as worrisome as we thought it was.
Yes, I'd agree, Commissioner. I think that the first half of the school year, we've learned a lot through the process. We've implemented some, here at the health department, we have a school team and worked really close with our school districts to find some ways to mitigate the risks as best we can. And we also have recognized that the predictive models the state used prior to the school year starting really did kind of communicate a worst case scenario. And we've been fortunate that we didn't reach those numbers that we anticipated from those models. So I think overall, we've had a good experience at the school year, but it hasn't been just a let it go and see what happens effect. We've done a lot of work. The health department, the school districts, the parents, we've all done a lot of work and cooperated together well to help keep the risk in our schools low and keep the schools open.
No, and I would agree with that. Between the health department, the school district, and a lot of parents out there that have taken this seriously, I think they kept us out of a potentially bad situation. So not that it's complete, but we're headed the right direction.
Ryan, mine's a simple and short answer. Spitball this. The people who are in the hospital right now, people who are hospitalized right now, how many of them are the normal coronavirus? How many of them are Delta variant? How many of them are Omicron?
Well over 95% are Delta variant. The people.
Really? So the first ones basically non-existent anymore.
The original virus has pretty much been displaced by the Delta variant in our state.
Well, that's interesting because Delta came around for 6 months, another year, Delta should be gone. Then we're going to have this Omicron to deal with. Then we're going to have the Mars virus because it's going to be something from some other place of the atmosphere. But, I think these things are going to go on for a while, myself, but that helps.
It's very similar to what we see with influenza every year. The influenza virus is really adaptable and mutates on a regular basis. And that's why we see so much variability from year to year. And we could very well see a coronavirus that becomes very similar to that in its behavior.
Great. Appreciate your report, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Take care.
That's been Brian Cowan giving us a weekly report on the COVID. Well, now, Christy, if you'll send back in. Commissioners, our people from the Weber County Fair. I got to tell you, I was out at the fairgrounds at the fair board. Come on in. And I've been getting these fair board reports now for 28, 29 years, and never have I seen a more comprehensive, better put together fair report than I ever have. And I was so, did you see the booklet? I just wanted her to come and explain we're not going to be here for long, but just a few minutes, because this represents something actually state changing. Nobody in the state runs a fair as good as we do up here. And now we have the numbers to prove it. And so,
I thought it was great.
so take a look at what Miss
Nice having the number.
Wilson has for us today. Ashton, Duncan, welcome.
Thank you.
Back, welcome back, Marty and Jennifer. Go ahead and go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so you guys have actually seen that's the paperwork. Sorry, we were literally running here. We just got caught up in another meeting.
We actually made a profit this year.
Yes, so that just
Good.
summarizes, you guys saw that,
I
but
didn't think the day would ever come we'd see that. If we did, it'd be maybe 50 cents. But they had a couple quarters they found somewhere.
yeah, it's,
Couple of nickels we rubbed together.
it's due a large part. We had some major savings of labor, which was unintentional because the situation we're in. We had the carnival revenue. So there's some big factors as far as the savings that I had. And then to tack concessions revenue on there, they killed it this year. So that just breaks down our net profit.
What I'd like to challenge is in yours, Commissioner Jenkins, and yours, Commissioner, for each of your portfolios.
Yep.
I'd like you to now start making profits in your respective. I'd like the roads to make a profit. I'd like the human resource. If you guys could start
That's a good
following
thought.
the lead and the example of the culture
Well,
parks and
let's be
recreation.
clear, let's be totally transparent here, though. So. the way
Oh,
I-
here we go.
The way I read this-
Judas.
And you'll have to excuse me, I come from the finance, so I'm always looking at numbers. It appears that of that 38,000, we still use $68,503 of
County
fund
money.
money, county
Yes.
money, general fund.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna be truthful here,
Okay,
Commissioner
fine.
Harvey, we didn't intend, if that
Yeah.
number would be that
And that, yeah, you got, all right, fine.
38,789 plus the 68,503, add those two
Okay,
together, then
fine.
you've got a brook even.
Well, okay, both of you get to where you're only losing 30.
All right, just wanna be clear.
Congratulations.
Yes,
But-
thank you.
But that's still,
Help
yeah,
us
don't get
out.
me wrong, that's still far better, and
Oh.
you know better than I do, but that's probably the smallest net profit / loss that we've had
Agree.
in the history of the county.
In the history of the county
Okay,
fair.
all right.
Yeah, Jennifer's actually, I think she's working on pulling that so we can prove that officially, but we haven't really, to my knowledge, added that concession revenue in the past.
Well,
so that's
actually, we
exciting.
want you to know that we're very proud of you, what you've done, and you should be proud of yourself. And this represents a wonderful effort this year by
Thank you.
all involved. I just think that's great. And it was a tremendous fair, on top of the fact that we almost lost nothing. The fair was a great fair this year.
Yeah.
What is it, where all the rides were?
Carnival.
Yeah, the carnival. That was a great addition. A lot of people liked it. I wasn't there late at night. I understand late at night it was slammed.
Oh, yeah.
But early afternoon, I was there a lot, well, every day. And they were going all the time. Everybody was happy and
Yeah, I talked to our carnival producer a few weeks ago and he was more than happy and is excited to come
Was
back
he?
for a couple years.
he
Yeah.
was excited with that.
He's actually picked up 5 or 6 different fairs since
Really?
we brought him over.
Yeah.
I started throwing out emails. We had the St. George, Washington County, they were gonna flip to the spring. And so we tried to work with the carnival that they had,
Uh-huh.
and they wanted a very small percentage to go to us. And they almost gave us the attitude of, well, you're either gonna pay us to come or you don't get us. And so at that point, I started sending out emails to about 30 different carnival people. And we had, 2 or 3 reach out back to us. But this guy really wanted to get out of California because he couldn't operate, couldn't do anything. And he picked up 5 or 6 shows here in Utah.
Well, when you walked around and looked at his operation, pretty darn clean.
Oh, very.
It was, some of the stuff was older stuff, I admit it, but he kept it painted, well taken care of. There wasn't a lot of rusty crap on it. The concessions part that he had did look good.
They
Didn't
weren't
look bad.
squeaking and
Yeah,
rattling
that's
around.
right.
They were good.
So all in all, I thought the guy ran a very complimentary
For sure.
concession. So, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, he's a straightforward, he's easy to work with.
I think your biggest question in the future is whether or not you keep those in horse races.
Well, she's got some stuff to share with you.
Yep.
Yeah, Ashley, you want me to hand those out or?
Yeah, if you would. So again, you guys saw this when we met at the budget hearing. So after we had that meeting with you guys had thrown it out. We planned on discussing it anyway. But looking at the costs, the expenses and the revenues, they cost us a significant amount. And for the tickets and the people coming, it seems to not be where we should go for next year. So we're not planning on having that, hoping to have your guys' blessing.
You're
but
talking
it's-
about the Indian League?
Right,
Well,
right.
I think that was handwriting on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you gotta try something once in a while.
And we did, we give it a good
Yeah,
solid
there was
try.
nothing wrong with trying this. It was well received. Those guys who wanted to see it enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was not a budget buster, and it was not, it didn't get picked up. I mean, it was like, say, people enjoyed it, but just wasn't a huge generator
Yeah.
of
Not
profits.
much, yeah.
Not like it was up in Pocatello.
We just got back from the Intermountain Association of Fairs and Expos in San Antonio. And so I feel like we have a really good momentum. The overall feeling that I think all of us took away from that expo that we went to was all these fairs are going away from major entertainment and they're adding grounds entertainment. So instead of these concerts, they're just out of reach for a lot of fairs like ourselves. And so we're
Too much
doing,
money, huh?
yeah.
They've
So,
priced themselves out of the market.
yeah.
Well, out of our markets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just more than people can afford unless you're the big fairs.
Well, even the great big fairs, they're struggling to keep people coming to them.
Yeah.
So I think they're all feeling the crunch. Maybe not as much as we, but
Well, and I think in a couple of years, we may see those artists start to come back down. Right now, they're not really making money anywhere but playing live. And so that's where they're really trying to get the dollar. And most every other fair that we talk to, especially the ones that are our size, Jennifer and I sat in a really good table discussion that talked about knowing when it was the right time to say, no, it's not right for us.
Sure.
And I think with concerts, that's probably it. We still need to find a little bit more for entertainment, but the real feel is that, the magicians, the hypnotists, the different attractions throughout bring more to your fair than, say, a mediocre concert.
We used to get guys like Toby Keith and some of these others, and they were $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000.
big headline.
Well, now you're $100,000, $150,000, $200,000.
Yeah.
You just can't do it.
Our people- county won't pay that, I mean, yeah.
We can't do it.
Or 1.2 million.
It's just very, it's very
Really?
risky.
Yeah, Chris Stapleton's 1.2 million.
Who?
Chris Stapleton.
Really?
See? That's my point.
I don't think we can afford him.
So
They're in the hundreds of thousands.
what would a Willie Nelson be?
We paid 90?
Oh, he's got to be a 500,000.
80 or
I would
something.
think.
Yeah,
I bet
Really?
he's a 500,000.
What
Wouldn't
a
you guys
great
guess?
show.
Yeah.
well, they are, but some of these
But,
guys are on the way
even if
down,
they
but
give you a
even
deal,
100,000.
yeah, I mean, the has-beens and the wannabes are in the 50 range, 30 range,
Yeah.
Well,
which
then you've got stage and lights and
Yeah.
commissions and.
You're
drivers.
Right.
cost.
It's not
That's just
cheap.
part of it.
Just
Just
because
because you have a
I agree
sales
with
agent
that.
doesn't mean you have a building and a desk for him to sit at.
That's very true.
there may be a deal come along one day that we can pencil, but we're not gonna just do it because we feel we need to do it.
Well, you had that truck bed concert here 2 years ago. That really went well. That much better than I thought it would.
That was great.
Those who
had
attended
fun.
really liked
Just
Yeah.
wish there would have been more.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a problem. You didn't have enough space to fit in what we needed to have the density.
Yeah, and we got a great deal, but it was during COVID and those deals probably won't come around again.
Have you got a replacement in mind for the Indian relay?
Not necessarily. We did book several. We got Boom again, those guys that were the walk around with the trash cans and all
They
that.
were fun.
Yep. What was the new one we got?
Chainsaw guy.
Oh, yeah, he juggles chainsaws. It's
Running chainsaws.
Yeah,
Really?
With chains.
it's a
He's funny.
riot. Yeah.
Really?
If I'd have thought about it, I would have shown you guys the video, but there's a couple other leads that we've been talking about. I really would like to capture like the Hispanic population in this county, because I feel like that's one we're not really catching, but
we've got some leaks.
Mexican
since we
horse
went.
rovers.
Well, also, we have some other bad news. The gal that did the farm, the petting zoo, as soon as you walk in the front gate,
Yeah,
she retired.
really.
So we need to
I knew her
replace the
too.
And the kids love that one.
Yeah, they did.
That's a.
Kids
Did
good-
she
love
charge for that or,
Yes. She charged us 5,000 and then she took all of her,
oh, so she, okay,
she made out, yeah.
so she made up pretty good,
She sold all that little food.
The feed, she made a killing on.
really.
She charged like $2 for a Dixie cup and
To
to
feed the
anybody,
animal.
all the little
Yeah.
kids just pop those away.
Yeah.
That's a racket.
Yeah, we'd like to, I mean, if you didn't grow up in agriculture, people love that aspect, so we'd like to replace
Well,
her.
it's important.
Yeah,
Man, too bad you can't get a local to do that.
yeah, maybe.
Who was the people out west that used to have animals?
No, so Tuckett's.
Yeah, Tuckett's, that's right. When my kids were small. they
Tuckett,
used
you
to-
had Tuckett Farm out there,
Yeah, see, they'd come over to the schools all the time.
yeah. Larry?
Larry Tuckett.
Larry Tuckett.
Huh.
Classroom.
Well, I'll tell you,
No,
I'm
that's
pretty
all.
stinking happy.
Well, you
Way they
guys
turned
got,
out.
Jim gave you guys a copy of this, right?
We got one,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah, I'm pretty stinking happy. You did a good job, Ashton.
Thank you,
Duncan,
thank you.
Yeah,
Laurie,
Duncan,
Jennifer.
all of it.
Y'all worked your guts out.
Didn't mean to.
Well, the whole team did.
You know, when you get those individuals that come up and play on that stage, the music, I'll be honest with you, when I'm out there, there's nothing I'd rather do than get a nice tall drink
Local.
and sit over there and listen to the locals. Man, some of that stuff's pretty good music.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Nobody's
I
there.
agree with you.
I have some point, most of the time it's me and a couple other people and that's it. But I'm telling you, it's dang good music. You had a gal from, South Salt Lake or something come up and she, by golly, she could play.
Most of
The
people
one,
there.
the principals that came and played, they were pretty stinking
Yeah.
good. I really enjoyed that.
That's one of
One of
our
our-
ideas is to try to capitalize on a lot of that local talent. I know in the past they've done talent shows and different things, but try to make an event out of it.
Yeah, I don't know how
thrown
you
some
do
ideas
that,
around.
but I enjoy that. You know, it's hot and then once you've seen things, there's not much more to see. And so you sit there and say, well, this is a good way to kill time and it's enjoyable. It's not like I feel like I'm
Yeah.
just burning time there. I enjoy sitting watching what they're doing.
We've got some more things we're gonna try. We're not done. We need to work on our competitive exhibits. Cause that's one of the areas it's kind of dying, but there's some new kind of ideas
Yeah.
out there.
I agree. Those are competitive exhibits. You know, the towns, they don't care anymore. You know, like Plain City or some of those, they throw a bale of hay and a couple of things on the wall and that's it.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, you guys,
Yeah.
that's the best you can do.
Our
So,
West carries.
and we might change the map too. We might really break up, you know, that food court gets so jammed up, you can't even walk through there.
Yeah.
And just to drive traffic to all the areas, we might break that up.
You know,
Well,
those-
you gotta get your, I don't know if you're commercial vendors either, because that's,
Yeah,
that rec building, there's a few holes to work on.
yeah, we're gonna work on some stuff.
Those tents you set up outside, you know, if you get some those big coolers and put a hose on them, you know, that allow you to put a little moisture in the air. That'd drop that degree, those sitting underneath that 5 or 6 degrees, and it adds a little moisture, so makes it enjoyable to sit under there.
Where are you talking?
The tents
Like the
to sit
food
and watch
tent.
these guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
or the-
entertainment? Oh, I agree, yeah, just the time of day, if you go there, yeah, the noon or 1 o'clock, it's just too darn hot.
But on the flip side, it's it's hard to dump a lot of money into a venue that nobody watches.
That's, yeah.
And then also the fans are below that humidity, it's very loud, and the entertainers, they compete. We've
They
tried. some
do,
stuff.
but I'm just telling
You
you,
can do it in the center, though, go get it.
I enjoy watching that, and it's very enjoyable to sit and watch some of those guys. I'm just amazed how creative and good they are.
One of
We've
our-
got good local artists.
We do.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I just, like we talked about, I just wanted your blessing, not moving forward with the relay racers.
Yeah.
And I think
That's a
the
smart idea.
numbers show that that's probably the right king.
Well, there's your other 30.
Well, this is 3 years you've given, right?
Yep,
3 years is a good try.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
yeah.
All right. Anything else, commissioners, questions?
Well, I just appreciate it all. I think we've got a great fair. And I don't know what, you made some good changes. You put those people on the floor out there for the auction and it was great.
Oh, that was
Everybody likes that.
Everybody was happy with that. Even the
Yeah,
big
there's been
people
no
didn't complain
complaint
like
about
they
that.
thought, Right?
Yeah, yeah, we need them to buy some TVs, but otherwise the monitors and stuff.
Well, that's, you can do, that's easy. to fix.
Yeah, but yeah, it was great. I think they loved it.
Ready for 2022.
Wow, great. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
thanks,
much.
guys.
Everybody.
Thanks,
See you
everybody.
later tomorrow.
No.
We don't have anything?
No department head tomorrow morning.
Nothing
Merry
more.
I can
Christmas.
sleep in.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it's good morning. Take the
See
day
you
off.
guys
See you
later.
guys.
Oh, I got too much to
Close
do,
to
but-
Christmas.
All right, see you.
See y'all.
We got a work session with Lynn Taylor. What's this?
Our next presentation, commissioners, is a discussion regarding the county being the body politic for the sewer system for the Osprey Ranch Development. Christie, if you'll send in the next folks that are coming in for that, please.
Artie,
Here we
you know we
go.
had a 4 o'clock too.
Huh?
I was gonna say,
I don't know.
I'm gonna sit next
Back page, Commissioner. Page 2.
Oh, page 2 on that. I didn't even see that.
What is this? Boy, you just pulled page
Oh,
two.
well, here we go.
Wow.
We've already talked to you guys once.
I know. Hey.
Hey, listen, you're gonna
Or
remember
twice
my
or
whole
3
year
times.
as chair by this last day.
Wow.
Man, we
just
got a
grin and
4
bear it.
o'clock and a
Boy.
4:15.
You know, we're gonna, just, hey,
Good thing we don't have anything going tonight.
yeah, I got a hard stop at 4:30.
So do I.
Well, you better
I've got a
hurry.
5 o'clock sewer meeting I gotta get.
Stanley, nice to see you.
Where's brother John?
Brother John is in a car in about Cedar City right now.
Where's he going?
He's coming back. He's bringing his kids back from school
Oh,
for
is he?
Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, dropped a nephew off, brought a daughter back. He just kind of swaps around.
That's good.
All right, so we're on the 3:30.
Hello, Scott.
How are you? Time flies.
I'm tired. I've been here since 11 o'clock. That's true.
Listen, let me get control back here.
We're winding down.
Here we go. This is okay. This is a discussion regarding the county being the body politic for the sewer system for the Osprey Ranch Development. I'm gonna have Steve Burton. Where are you? Steve? Steve not here. Oh, there was the ambassador of enthusiasm snuck right in back there. I didn't even
Let's
see
just
you.
put you on speaker.
Thank you.
Listen in.
Dude, is Carlton, he rides you like a mule. You better start bringing a saddle in with you.
Well, then, Rick,
You got Rick here?
Rick and Gary, why don't you guys lead this? Why don't you start, Rick, and then let's get started. You guys are on our agenda. Let's be as efficient as possible here.
So Osprey Ranch is requested to look at creating a body politic for their area up there. They're located, if you're familiar with where Newtown Eden is, it's just to the west of there, up along the hillside. In through there is where they're looking at. This might be an area.
On the north side or on the
West side.
northeast or southwest? West.
Southwest.
Yeah,
Yep,
okay.
southwest.
You want me to bring it up on here?
Please.
No, okay.
Yes.
And so they would like to have some dialogue and get your take on whether you'd be willing to entertain something like that in that area. As we've looked at it, it looks like it could provide a benefit to the area. Obviously, we don't have the sewer study back yet for that section. Or for Old and Newtown Eden, but as you recall, the general plan talks about Old and Newtown Eden being the village area. And, you know, as far as it expanding out from there, you know, going up into that area is a little bit out of there, but it would provide housing in that for some of the village area that could support that area as well. So in all, it could meet the intent of the general plan, looking at the housing that this could provide to the village core and through that section.
So Sean shows exactly where that's at, Rick Pointer.
Where is?
It's on like this whole
Just to the, just, yeah.
How many acres total?
That's 615, give or take.
The main entrance to the subdivision starts right about here. Correct me if I'm wrong,
correct.
gentlemen, it starts about here. It kind of winds back up due to the topography up over it's kind of a saddle, if you will, so to speak, I guess, and then ultimately kind of ties into the Nordic Valley area over there. Like,
Right, yeah, it loops back around, heads north and has 2 connections in the Nordic Valley.
correct.
Yeah,
correct.
to the Lee County Road and then some additional, access road for fire protection.
How many lots?
We're looking at doing 67 on the entire 600-acre parcel. So these are large, 9 to 10 acre ranch style parcels.
Similar to what you did over at Legacy.
Yeah, except twice the size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Along the lines of the lots you're creating there, and looking at the sewer system, has there been any dialogue between you and possibly Nordic joining where they're kind of close together?
Sure, I mean, superficially, we've designed the system so it's expandable. We're looking for 200 connections, and then it's designed so they go up to 2,000 connections. So you could definitely run a line over and connect to it, wouldn't be an issue. And we met with Sunrise as well. We've had a couple meetings with them, so they know what we're doing, and they can track what Nordic's trying to do. So it's definitely possible.
Is there capacity for that connecting into any of the village areas? Or would it be possibly more for residential purposes?
Well, as I say, it can go up to 2,000 connections the way we're designing it. So there's definitely capacity.
Okay.
We're future proofing it for sure.
you probably have to put in a pump, but that for Old Town, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, we have a nice low spot where we're looking at.
Like, do you?
Yeah. just right
Yeah,
down.
point that out to us, would you?
Yeah.
Aren't you glad I had him pull the
So you
map
know
up?
this down here as well. And this is a really nice low spot in the valley, probably the lowest spot, just about the lowest spot at the north end.
So can you get there from Old Town, Gary?
Yep. Come right over
Gravity?
Yeah, I think-
Gravity?
yeah, you should be able
Yeah.
to. Yeah. That's the only
Yes.
challenge is the river.
here. The river is the challenge.
Isn't there a home right there?
Yep, there's a home in the back there. They've got an access easement through us.
Sorry, there's a home right there.
Right.
But wasn't that the low spot you was talking about right there?
Where the arrow is right there,
Right there.
that whole area in there is the low spot.
Right. Kind of dips down there, doesn't
It
it?
dips down right there.
So
Yeah.
Stan, where do you live?
I live right above it. I will have a
Right-
bird's eye view.
Right there is
To the
where
right.
Stan lives.
You're gonna have a good view, Stan.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see, sorry, Stan's right here, sorry.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's Stan.
Yeah, that's Barry Gomberg is the other one, the other home there. And we're not proposing, a big basin or a big, pond. We'd actually like to do rapid infusion wells. We've done some
Oh,
testing
that's right.
and some feasibility on it. And so far, the design's looking really good.
Oh, that's good.
It's a much smaller footprint. I mean, the initial 200-acre package plant is it's tucked into a little hollow. No one will be able to see. Footprint's about 55 by 22. And the whole
So-
built-out footprint's about 150 by,
So it'll look just like the one up Wolf Creek, kind of like a barn sitting there,
yeah, it's much smaller.
smaller.
Yeah, not.
So this rapid infusion technology you're talking about,
Mhm.
the goal right now is to clean the nitrates in the dam up, right?
Exactly. We're talking drinking water, quality
Yeah,
water
so
coming out
where does this infuse it to?
into the groundwater.
How deep,
The wells that we're proposing are between 30 and 80 feet.
So not terribly deep,
No, not terribly deep.
but you're saying the water quality when it comes out will be
Drinking water quality, yeah.
Well, then we
And that
should-
would improve the nitrate.
Yeah.
level.
It would.
Yeah,
improve
that
it.
way it actually improve it. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
I mean, the other option is do 67 septics, which none of us want. so-
No, we don't want that.
Yeah.
No, I think your option is not a good one.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So when you check that out, what do? They have to go up there and bore it down in there and take readings?
Yeah,
What
so we
kind
did-
of sample you're
We
injecting
excavated a
into?
shallow well and then we pump tested it.
Yeah,
And so, we can test the flow both ways. And we're gonna, pump test it again as the water table goes up and down, so we know exactly where it goes. We'll do it again in the spring. We'll do it every quarter till we have a really clear picture of it. We designed it on its lowest flow right now. So,
This is expandable up to 2,000, did you say?
2,000 connections, yeah.
So you could conceivably take a good portion of Nordic Valley has some areas up there that aren't the best for septic tanks, as we all know.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have the lowest
And include that.
You know, the design for the lowest
Some of those people.
point, the lift station is gonna be right. You just scroll this down just a little bit. See, right here, we'll have a lift station right there. So,
Right there.
yeah, right there. So we could potentially come over and down, or you could run it down the highway and
Yeah.
gravity feed it, either way.
So if you told Sunrise Engineering about this?
Yep, they've got the plan. The plan's in Frontier. It's already uploaded. It's been presented to the state. They're just waiting for the body politic letter before they'll review. So at this point, we've kind of gone as far as we can until we get that commitment letter.
What's that right there? Is that a tank?
That's Eden Water's tank.
Okay. So you'll be
Oh, long way.
way
Yeah,
below that.
yeah, there's nothing within the protection zone.
That was my question.
What are you doing for water? I know,
Nordic is providing our water.
so Nordic Water's giving,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we've already got connections from them.
Conceivably work out something to include the water, then the sewer package.
How many
Well, that whole
owners
area, that
are within that
Water
proposed
sewer.
Yeah.
district boundary?
takes care of a lot of.
Well, we don't know what the proposed district boundary is.
Okay.
So we don't know where that's gonna go. I mean, Osprey Ranch is 67 acres, so-
So,
but that boundary, you know, I think that's something that we can figure out.
well, yeah,
Because there's
well,
a
that's what you
lot
gotta
of
do. Up there.
politics.
Takes
There's a number
takes a
of
good section.
options.
That's where you're gonna have growth.
The special
That's
service
where you
district
can
or
focus.
local
Well,
district.
we're right
Yeah.
here, they're growing
Depending
from
on
here, the
number of
impacts,
owners
this is
that
not
are
impact.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
I mean, this
what you
is
wanna
like,
do. Mhm.
one
Understand.
outlet per,
And we can talk. I'm sorry?
what is this, like one dwelling per 100 acres? Or not? Per 10 acres?
It's about one dwelling per 10, little,
One
yeah,
for 10.
Yeah.
1 for 10, yeah.
600 acres, 60.
That's only part of the scope.
Pardon?
That's only part of the scope though.
What's the rest of it?
Well, up to 2,000 connections.
Well, we're
Well,
not
yeah.
proposing that. We're just designing it so that could happen in the future. We're just future proofing it. You know, all we really need is our, 67 connections. But it doesn't make sense to spend that kind of money on something that,
I think you're really talking about bringing in other, that's already developed, like Nordic to bring in for your 2,000, aren't you? Or other,
yeah, I mean,
or Nordic or whatever
Yeah.
happens up there with the ski resort.
depending what someone else wants to do. I mean, that's not, we're not proposing that.
Right.
We're just making it so that could happen. That's
So
not part of our plan at all.
when you come to us asking us to be the body of politics for this and create a district, I really like that. I like the concept of this. So if we come to you and say, okay, we want this to be our district right there and take everybody in there, would you be happy with that? Do you even care?
I haven't analyzed that, to tell you the truth. I mean, I don't know how long that would take.
Well,
I mean, what I really want is,
I would hope that Sunrise and Jared's looking at that.
Well, they're definitely looking at it. The challenge we have is, to be honest, commissioners, and this is nothing surprising. We haven't seen anything like that. There's a lot of questions I have, obviously, and we want to back and forth with you guys and dialogue on this just a little bit further, but our biggest concern is where you're injecting in relation to protection areas, groundwater, how deep you're going, what it takes, what you'll be doing, as far as, I also like to look at the elevations of the lift stations of where you're proposing and what the potential would be. Yes, to answer your question, Commissioner, Sunrise is very much aware of this and they've been.
Okay, so let me tell you, when the end of January comes and Sunrise gives us a final report on this, if this isn't included in it and isn't taken into context, I will be very, very disappointed.
So to
Just to let
speak
you
to
know.
that, I can tell you that Sunrise's report not only includes this area, but also the area further to the south. It's known as Crimson Ridge, which is just west of the private yacht harbor. It goes as far south as that, down to Radford Hills. So I can tell you that their report
Right.
does include not only this area that these gentlemen are referring to, but also further south.
Well, Crimson already has there.
It does, but the idea being that if we're gonna put in a sewer treatment area, we'd like to get everything we can into that treatment area, so it's not discharging in a septic capacity that it is right now.
and just to clarify, we're not asking you to approve our septic system design right now. I mean,
Right.
we know it's got a long way to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
The state won't even actually
No.
begin to analyze it until we have that commitment letter. So at that point, then the state will give their notes on it. It's gonna come to the county will give their notes. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth until we, come up with a design that works.
And I apologize if I came across wrongly. That was
Okay.
not my intention. I was just talking to my guys saying, have either of you guys seen this? And no one's
But
yeah, but obviously we're not to that point.
Right.
hold on,
Exactly.
I want to make sure this design or whatever design, it can be expandable.
Absolutely.
That's the
That's a
thing.
requirement.
You're trying to get to X amount right now, then it's gonna be X times 2 or times 10 potentially, or 20 or whatever that happens to be. It's an expandable deal. And so what we're looking at today, commissioners, is just the county being the body politic but not we're not talking about design, we're not talking about boundary, we're just talking conceptually. Mr. Crockett.
And that raises a question. So when we say body politic, that could be a number of things. Where the county, under the municipal services code, could operate and be the body politic for providing sewer services. There is a way to do that. Now, how you go about funding that through fees or taxes can get very complicated, because we really only generally tax the unincorporated area as a whole. I mean, you can divide it into smaller districts, but if you're looking for county involvement, but have more of a defined relationship just to this particular area, you could do that through a special service district. And the creation of that special service district could be the body politic.
That's what I'm.
That is a completely different process.
That's the thing I'm thinking right there.
So what would happen, the commission would start that process. The commission would be the governing board. They would appoint an administrative control board. They could implement fees. But in order to tax, you would actually have to go through a vote of the people for that first initial levy. And then subsequently, you are able to just go through truth and taxation, similar to like.
How do you do that when the people don't even live there yet?
And that's what I was
So-
asking about ownership.
Well, so that's, at this point, we're not looking for funding. We'll fund it ourselves. We'll build it. We'll fund it ourselves. And we'll work it into the price on a per lot basis. If it then goes to expand, the county wants to get involved, wants to expand, then we can talk about doing the district another way. But right now, we're not looking for funding.
Well, and it's not just it's funding, but it's bringing it underneath the umbrella of the county. And so when you sponsor and become the body politic, the county's agreeing that they're going to provide these particular types of services. And I don't know, I wanted to gauge the commission to see how involved do you want to be in that sewer process? Do you want to be directly involved as Weaver County commissioners? Or do you want to separate out and still have some involvement, but through a special service district, which is still a governmental entity?
Well, we're already doing body politic on how many systems up there.
About 6 or 7. at least.
So this is not anything new.
So
I
we're
don't
not creating.
I don't see us
Right.
take,
Yeah,
I don't see
right.
anything different than the 6 we're already doing.
And I think though, it might be a place marker though for other conversations that we were gonna have later about out in Western Weaver. That might be a completely different
That's right.
subject, because that's much more
Well,
expensive.
that's, yeah.
So the way I see this, Chris, coming down, the timing in my mind is actually pretty darn good right now. Because I view this as getting to a point where first of the year, the end of January, February in there, we're gonna start getting reports in, and we're gonna get reports from West Weaver County, we're getting reports on sewer and water studies up in the valley. And we're gonna, as a commission, be able to sit down and put these together, and then we'll be able to make some decisions. And I suspect the area he's talking about and the concept that this gentleman's talking about, where it's expandable, we've been talking about doing something and sewering this area. I'm talking about the whole Eden area for some time, ever since I've gotten here. And this appears all of a sudden out of nowhere to be very logical. Now, I'm not talking about locations or any of that. I'm talking about conceptually to sewer this entire area. This makes sense to me.
And there are going to, if we're already providing 6, and Scott Park and Cortland, please chime in as I'm going through this. If there already are a number of areas that we do directly as the county manage, and eventually you do want to separate yourself out of that process, there are provisions under the Municipal Services Code that allow you to create a special service district or a local district later on in time. And there you would be able to bring everything together and make more of a comprehensive plan.
And that's exactly what I'd like to do.
That's how I see it.
I'd like to make an Upper Valley Sewer Board and take all these small districts up there and put under it. And, you know, John Lewis and where he's going on the south side of the valley, on the south side of the dam, that sewer system darn near gonna be built out at that point over there. And it really needs some tender loving care. And to do this, boy, I think we're right on here.
Yeah. So I think the question is all he's asking for now is a letter that would be the body politic, similar to what we've done with the other 6. So it's either that or we go with 67 individual septic tanks, which I'm not.
Kind of where we are. We can't move forward without that.
Yeah.
We're on the agenda on the 28th for our preliminary approval,
Right.
but without that letter,
Right.
you know, we're off the agenda.
So if
And the state can't move forward either without that letter.
if the commission's okay with going forward and everyone else, departments that are gonna be involved going forward, I don't see any prohibition or obstacles for us being that body politic. But I would encourage you, and this is separate, and I'll make it quick, but for things out at the Western Weaver mega site, I would strongly encourage looking at other organizational structures like a special service district.
So I think we're on board with that, but this is, that out there, that's a mega site. This is miniature compared to that.
Yeah.
What are we proposing then? So we have, so in Chad's areas that he's managing, Crimson Ridge and Radford Hills are a special service district. It's the Pineview West Special Service District.
Oh, so we're just managing on their behalf?
So yes, we're managing on their behalf.
Just those two.
Those two, and then the other ones we're managing as Upper Valley Sewer, and it's actually a conglomerate of what, 3 or 4?
There's 1, 2,
Several,
five
I
of
mean,
them, 5 or
yeah.
6 of them.
So what are we talking about here? Are we going to do this as a special service district that the county manages, or are we going to do this as just part of the regular Upper Valley Sewer? And we're sending out the bills and we're collecting the bills and we're maintaining the system once it's all built out. Chad runs up
Yet to
there.
be decided.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we've decided that yet.
Yeah.
We're deciding today, you put it very well, we're deciding today, are we going to move forward with 67 septic systems? Or are we gonna move forward with some kind of a micro package plant?
And then the special service district or the local service district, all that is gonna come first quarter of next year.
Sure, after we've got the studies in and can make.
Yeah,
some
because I don't,
decisions.
we're not at that point.
Right.
That's right.
But they need they need us to say, hey, we'll be the body politic for this. We don't have to be the body politic if they go ahead with 67 individual systems.
Right.
That's the point.
Well, and isn't that what a county's for? Aren't we supposed to decide? I mean, we've been given a study that says nitrates are too high.
Yeah.
You've got to solve it. So this is part of solving it.
That's how I look at it.
I would say, as far as, I would like to look at what the terms are as to when we sign off and say what it means to be a body politic, what that commits you to in the future. I just don't know.
That's my question. When the body politic, is it Weaver County Corporation or is it the Pineview West Special Service District? Because it sounds like we're making the decision now. It's not going to be a special service district. It's going to be operated under the county because Weaver County Corporation is signing the body politic letter. We don't have a special service district created to sign that letter. So that's the reason for the question.
If I can too, when we do these, when we become body politic, or typically in the past, how we've done it is we do a sewer maintenance agreement, which in that sewer maintenance agreement, they commit, or everybody who is in that area commits to join a district in the future when it's created. So at worst case scenario, this would be created as body politic with the district coming afterwards.
So we just have to pull in their financial activity if it's Weaver County Corporation as the body politic. I have to record revenues and expenditures. And that's.
You know, it does change things, Gage, if we, to make this a service district, you have to go to a vote of people.
You can make it a service district and implement fees. It's the initial tax levy. If you went through a local district and you got enough people to sign on board, you could bypass the election. But if there wasn't enough people on board initially, you'd have to go to an election.
Well, I think that's going to come about with our study. I view just the sentiment up there right now, this is probably going to be better as a local district to take care of the people that want to be served rather than say everybody, you know, in a larger geographic area sign off on a special service district. But I think as we have a couple more open houses up there, maybe after the first year, we'll have a better feel for that. I really see this as being local, local service district, whatever, you know, and I think that's true in the entire valley.
Commissioners, can I throw one other thought at you to consider on this, if I may? Apologize for interrupting. If we go this direction, I want you to think about what this means for the amount of work it will create for us. Okay, so, and I'm the one that has to speak up for this because it's my department that bears the burden of this responsibility. By the time we add, if we go that full expansion, 2,000, whatever the number is, you're looking at a lot of full-time maintenance, upkeep, and bodies on the, boots on the ground time to upkeep, maintain, and operate a system like
Hold
this.
on, you'd comment to that. I already know where you're headed. I can feel it just resonating through my thick skull.
Just kind of want to get that up.
Cry me a
So,
river.
I understand, I understand,
Gary,
but what
that's
I'm
what
saying
counties
is,
do.
I'm
That's
gonna
what
need-
political subdivisions do.
That's what I do.
You operate, maintain systems
And you,
out there.
and you
And
feed the people, so you cover those
And
expenses.
those 2,000 people will be writing a check out every
that's,
month
that's
to
where
Weaver
I'm going.
County, so you're not
That's
working
right.
for free, Gary.
That's where I'm going. I just want you to be thinking
So-
about that.
Chad
what it
ends up
triggers.
being
And if
three.
2,000 people hook up to that system in the next 40 years, I'll buy you lunch. I won't be around. but You're a
I'll
long-
even in-
You are a
I'll
long
even
way
include
from
the
2,000
effort at
people.
the time. Yeah, no.
That's what you end up doing.
I just want you to be thinking about that,
Yeah.
right? You know,
I have no questions about that.
because I
Been
think
involved
about
with it my
the.
entire adult life,
Yeah.
sewer system.
Mr. Wilkins,
So Scott, just on the financial side, where are we at right now with the existing sewer operations that we handle as the county? Do we charge enough to cover our fees? Do we pay Chad's salary out of that essentially? Or are we billing, is engineering billing the sewer fund?
So we pay a portion of Chad's side. Chad charges his time down to the individual systems that he's working on, and I allocate his time. So we do have an overhead allocation to there. Now, the question is, are we charging enough? We're
That's-
covering the variable operating costs, but what happens when we need a major repair?
Correct.
So we don't really have a big reserve fund built for that.
Right.
So that is one of the concerns that I have when I talk to Chad about potentially raising fees in the future, because we don't have enough for a $40,000 repair.
we gotta do that,
But we're
Chad.
covering the cost.
I can tell
agree with
you,
that, Scott.
No,
Yeah.
I can tell you in the last year, one of the times the maintenance needed to happen was it like
I
midnight?
remember.
Chad was out of town, so it was me driving around dragging a
Oh,
generator.
boy.
Happy to do
Attaboy,
it, happy to do it, but the reality of it is, it adds
I like reserve.
extra people onto.
You gotta have
right?
reserve, right?
Yeah.
And maybe we can contract this specific one out and say, we're not gonna run it at all. We're
Not
gonna contract
completely.
that.
Contract out to our HOA. I mean,
Well,
that's
that
kinda
sounds
how we're
like
pitching it.
No, it's not.
Right,
And that's,
exactly.
that's kind of what we're
Happy to
recommending.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that model.
But as long as
What-
it's
what
clear
model?
that if there's an HOA is not charging enough to cover their costs 10 years in the future, it's not falling on the county.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we've got to have a system set up where if this becomes a full-time job, either we're providing staff or it's contracted out such that it's being maintained by their HOA or by someone the county contracts. with,
That's
who's a
right.
Certified operator.
Yeah.
But
Taxpayers
we're
can't
charging
subsidize
enough-
it. Yeah.
We're charging enough so the county is not subsidizing.
That's right.
No, I
That's it.
agree.
You got it.
We all agree with that. That's not an
Yeah,
issue.
that's exactly how.
So let's get
we're
back to
modeling
the thing.
That's
We need
100%.
to, we need to get back to this question at hand because we've got to stay on task here. You want to vote for 67 septic systems, or do you want to go with some kind of a district type of thing for now?
Well, I'm in favor of going with signing off on the body politic.
Same here.
Okay,
I'd second that. Was that a motion?
That's a motion.
And I'd second it.
I'm gonna ask you to refine your motion just so that Mr. Crockett can just take a look at it to make sure we're protected.
I would like to look at least the terms and conditions of what comes with being a body politic. So maybe a conditional, at least let us take a look. at it.
Okay, so let me amend my motion that I'll move to approve, subject to receiving information from Mr. Crockett by the end of this week regarding regarding what the liability is or obligation to the body politic.
And a lot of it's gonna be me talking to you to see what in the future your end game is gonna look like. Because if you're heading down a path where you see one giant district and you're gonna consolidate, there may be different statutory mechanisms that'll make that easier. So I'll give you a number.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with all that. And when you say, if that's the way we see it, the county has to start doing these kind of things. As properties develop, these are natural things. Everybody seems to panic about this, but I think don't panic. It's part of growth. You just handle it. If you need more people, you hire more people. If you need a bigger reserve fund, you create a bigger reserve fund. If you need a little more tax, you levy a little more tax. It's part of our jobs. That's what we do. And I'm okay with all of that. So I'm very much in favor of studying it, which we've got a study coming in right now, which will tell us some of these things. If we see it as one district, as we see it as 3 or 4 districts, if we see it in the upper valley and the west part, and all that'll tell us those very things.
And I think the purpose is to support that, but to see if there's an easy, like, if an easier way, a way that's more efficient for you all to accomplish your goal. It's just looking at different methods.
Yeah, I'm okay
So,
with that.
yeah, but it'll be to accomplish what.
Well,
you
I think we just need to know, but I can tell you my feeling, I don't see when you say incorporate all of Ogden Valley into one service district for sewer, I don't see it.
Well, and I
It's
think
not gonna happen.
there's a number of different.
You're gonna take a look at certain areas like this, maybe one south, maybe, obviously you got Wolf Creek. Ogden Valley is completely different than down here. You're gonna have areas that are going to develop because of the recreation, because of the resort environment, and where the water is right now.
Yeah.
So, and you're not going to have, at least in my lifetime, central sewer in the valley.
Yeah, it'll just be
It's not gonna happen.
identifying what your vision is,
Yeah.
whether it's 1, 2, 3, or many
Yeah.
districts.
Well, I hope
Okay,
and then-
just because we have one district doesn't mean we have one system. I agree with everything you just said. And that's yet to be determined how it's gonna be, but I agree. Well, I don't believe we'll ever see one central system in the Upper Valley.
No.
Especially where growth is limited. I don't think we want one central system up there.
I don't think we do.
We want a system that's gonna manage these high density nodes, and everything else will be sparsely dense and sparsely done.
Exactly.
But if we end up with 2 or 3 up there, I would still like one organization to handle it.
Well, yeah, the organization,
Ideally.
whatever the organization
Yeah.
is most efficient to handle it, I'm in favor of.
There you go.
But I don't want us to think that,
I'm
hey,
with that.
we're gonna have one central sewer that's gonna be over the entire valley.
I don't see that.
I don't see that ever happen.
All right, I got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Sure. Well, when you talk about this, I'm not sure we really need a motion quite yet. He wants a signature on a piece of paper. Does this allow that to happen?
Yeah, I just need a way to move forward.
He
Right
needs a way to
now,
go forward.
right now I can't do anything
Well,
else
I'm
except
not
go
opposed to-
backwards.
Yeah, I'll second your motion.
All right, you got a second.
Motion second, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank
There
you
you go.
very
Thank you.
much.
Very good.
Thank you for your presentation, robust
Thanks.
discussion. Glad to have you here. Tammy, I need you to settle down next time you
67.
come in here. please.
67.
Just settle down.
Very good.
All right, very good. Now you know a little more what we're looking for. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Thanks so much.
Commissioners, we're gonna keep moving and we need to rather quickly. Our next presentation will be given by Lynn Taylor, Ricky Hatch, and Brandon Quinney. Where did Cortland go?
Where's Mr. Personality? Thought he was just here.
Ambassador of Enthusiasm.
I don't understand what you're saying. They're not a good couple of good.
Scott, you want another
They're gonna
cookie?
put a bar in there.
Listen, you know what? Shut the gate.
Hey, there's your ambassador.
I just want to say thanks for joining us. It's Merry Christmas to you, Cortland.
Mr. Ambassador.
Close by, and it's sewer,
Scott.
and, yeah.
Okay. No.
There's no.
Right.
Yeah,
What, cookie with this?
No, I'm okay with that. Don and I do understand.
Yeah.
Stan? I'll tell you what you do. For tomorrow morning.
Okay, let's go. We're rolling.
Oh, I forgot my hat.
Well, you did.
Oh, geez.
I'll wear it
next time. You forgot your hat.
I'll wear it next time. Hat, but I gotta get him to the gym tomorrow, so I need one of those hats. Hey,
Anybody want to try some Chinese candy?
I don't think so. Thanks.
Got Omicron. Imported from Omicron. I'm sure this was packaged long before 2020.
Yeah. That doesn't even.
2001.
This is black
Where's
sesame.
LT? What is that
Black
stuff?
Black sesame. Tastes like toffee.
I tried it.
It's actually quite good.
Is it?
Yeah. I just like not telling people that it's good before they taste it, just to see how.
Here.
So is it licorice?
No, it's just crunchy.
It's actually
crunchy
quite
and sweet.
good.
It's got honey in it, sesame seeds and honey. Thank you.
It's just kind of like.
Black stuff.
Actually, not bad.
No.
I was expecting something totally different.
Yeah.
Sassafras was kind of my first thought.
Okay, where did our chair go, Gage?
Right here.
Oh, here he comes.
Like a ninja.
He's the guy with the hat.
Beverly Hills ninja, but like a ninja. Okay.
So it says Lynn Taylor, where's he?
Yeah, we're
He's
covering
gonna
for him.
cover for you.
Ah, okay.
He couldn't
What?
make it. He had a medical thing with his spouse.
Okay.
And he felt really
Ricky,
bad.
go ahead and cover it. We're gonna talk about something to do with
Tax relief.
With tax relief and employee travel and some more tax relief.
Wow.
So we're gonna start, it's a three-pronged approach. Brandon's gonna start talking and then Jason is gonna talk and then I'll talk about. And it's three separate things.
So they're gonna talk us to death.
Talking.
Tax relief and travel policy.
Yeah.
Travel policy again.
Yeah, this is really mostly a question to get your thoughts on, it's a pretty small change.
I'm with you.
Did we send this letter to the commissioners out? I received this from Lynn,
I
but
thought Lynn said he did, but I'll go make a copy.
We got one of these.
yes, that's it.
Oh,
Yeah, we got.
Where's
this.
that at? Was that?
That was part of your package.
it'll look
Hold
like,
on.
Right there at the back, I think.
back of your back. Keep going. There you go. You got it right there.
a letter from Lynn.
Right there.
Summary of changes to.
Tax relief program.
And then there's a letter that's gonna look like this.
That was
Yeah.
probably the one passed over.
This is the one you want. Yeah, right there. You got it.
Want me to take that one, Nikki?
Yes.
Okay. This is, commissioners, this is a summary of the changes that we are making to the 12.5 tax relief program policy. A lot of these changes are just updating citations to state code as those tend to change over the years. But there are a couple qualification and deadline changes that we wanted to bring to your attention before we bring it up to the commission meeting. So the first proposed change is in section 1.6 having to do with deadlines. It's been our practice to allow people to extend their application to December 31st. However, we've been highly encouraged by the State Tax Commission to follow state code, which puts a deadline of September 1st instead. So we're just going to move that deadline forward.
If they apply for relief only, this is payment.
Yes, for
Correct.
relief only.
Got it.
The
Okay.
application has to be submitted by September 1st. However, we have built in some extenuating circumstances where we'll grant an extension to the
So
31st.
there, it's due September 1st. You want to move the deadline to September 1st?
Yes, it was December 31st. And now we're moving it to September 1st to be parallel with state code.
So the state code said September,
And they're applying for tax relief. Does that give them a year?
So for this year, we
It doesn't
have-
matter. I don't care about this year.
yeah, they'll have until next year, September 1st. to
Right, so
apply.
they're applying for an additional
Yeah.
year.
Yes.
we
Very
were,
good.
we were
That's what I
quite
wanted.
lenient in the deadline. But there was a little bit of fuzziness. We've always given them for years and years and years, always given them to the year end.
Why do you care about state tax commission?
There are some appeals that can happen with the state tax commission. This is not an appeal that has happened. However, there've just been some communications with them to be in line with state code. That has to do with the deadlines. I'll talk about state tax commission more on the next change, but as far as the deadline goes, it just sounds like they've been encouraging us to change our policies. Maybe Ricky can speak more as to.
Yeah,
why.
this, when they appeal and then as they appeal, as there are appeals that come up to the state, we talk with state tax commission, because that's the body that the appeals go to. And this was part of it as we were talking with them. This topic came up and they said, you can't do that. You can't have it be December 31st. It's got to be September 1st. Really is. They said that is not in line with the intent and our standards of practice. So.
So are you talking about somebody that is filing an appeal based upon value? Is that what you're talking about?
Mhm.
'Cause I thought that always was, when you get those notices, I thought that was September 1st.
We do say that. We
Okay.
say it's September 1st, but we've always allowed if they later.
Well, I didn't know that. I would have I'm not busting my butt for September 1st.
Okay, hang on. No, it's not tax appeals.
So
This
is
is
it tax
tax relief.
appeals?
Tax relief.
Tax relief. So
But there have
if
been
you're-
some appeals for tax relief.
So you're
Yeah.
talking like you're talking the circuit breaker? What are we talking about? I want to know what tax relief
tax relief,
we're discussing.
circuit breaker, veteran with a disability, although
Okay,
they can actually go longer. They have until April of the following year. But if
So
you're a
it's good
veteran,
enough for veterans.
Veterans get a little more.
yeah, extenuating or hardship, financial hardship, so
be
circuit
careful. He's got a
breaker,
soft spot for veterans.
hardship, extenuating, heavy
Okay.
financial hardship.
I think that's one for blind.
Oh, blind, yeah.
All right. So we're not talking tax appeals based
Yeah.
on value.
Yeah,
No,
I
okay.
misspoke on
All
that.
right.
That one, the deadline's September 15th.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's a firm, hard
Yeah.
deadline that we've never.
Okay.
So this will mostly come into effect the September 1st deadline next year.
Okay.
This
I get
year,
it.
we've been applying it for brand new applications, those who have not really relied on the December 31st deadline in the past. But for those who have come to know the December 31st deadline, we've allowed them this year to still continue to the 31st.
Okay,
All right.
Next year will be the.
we're just gonna say, hey, look, you gotta step it up.
Go to the next.
The next one is, has to do with program qualifications. In the policy, we list general qualifications that we have to find for people to qualify for these programs. One is a general qualification that has to do with state code. It's an age, certain age that you have to be, whether you're disabled or hardship. There's a hardship
Yeah.
qualification. So I've just copied and pasted from state code those requirements into our policy. It's nothing new as far as what has been required in the past. It's just bringing it forward on the front end. G is where this came out of an appeal with the state tax commission that actually had to do with Weaver County. There was an appeal that went to the state tax commission, and we were in the past calculating qualifications based on household income. And we were making some adjustments to household income based on medical expenses, other items. And the state tax commission came back and said, no, you cannot make adjustments to household income. They make so much, and then you have to go to state code to determine if they're qualified.
Well, everybody, because of inflation, that's gonna all be raised. And so, or our eyes are gonna be raised. I want to make sure these folks are. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what our answer is in this policy. So we are going to follow state code as far as household income goes and the poverty level thresholds. However, there is a provision that allows us to qualify people based on their ability to pay. If they have a certain amount in liquid funds, like over here it says $10,000 plus the taxes due, then we automatically refer to them as having the ability to pay. But we have an additional section that says, even though you might meet that ability to pay threshold, you can bring in other expenses that you might have, like medical expenses. What other circumstances are in there?
That's one that we see all the time, or the most.
One of them is like a sudden increase in property taxes. That's more than 25% in the prior year or something like that.
Yeah.
Under certain circumstances, we can still find them unable to pay even if they meet that requirement.
So for this one, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but for this one, the state tax commission was talking with Lynn, and they said, this really needs to be 10,000. And he said, well, what if you owe 15,000? And they talked a little bit about taxes due, and that's why they they increased to 10,000 from 7,500 and then added taxes to it. That's more favorable to the person who's requesting tax relief.
Right.
And that was a direct response to the appeal, which generated this further discussion between Lynn and the state tax commission.
And then even if they do have 10,000 plus taxes due, there could be some additional circumstances where we say, you have medical expenses that are just over the top. Your property taxes this year are much higher than they were before, so you weren't able to plan for it. And because of those, we will still say you're unable to pay, even though you've got more than 10,000.
The one
That's
case,
our way of getting people in the door.
one case that they were looking at is a woman who won a huge settlement because of a car accident.
but the settlement required that she spend that on healthcare only. And couldn't- So she had a ton of assets,
wow.
but she couldn't spend them on anything but healthcare. Under the old law, we had to consider that as assets, and so she wouldn't have qualified. But with this change, man, we can qualify that.
That's it, as far as the substantive changes goes. The other sections, we've just updated codes and citations so that they're current.
One other change that we had in there, and this is also under the ability to pay, we used to account for how many people lived in the home when tabulating the income level. So we would take the state recommended minimum or state recommended amount, and then we would scale that based off of how many people lived in the home. Because if you met the $32,000 limit, if you exceeded that and you were actually earning $40,000, but you have 6 people living in your home that don't earn income, we felt that you should account for that in determining whether you qualify or not. The state tax commission said you cannot account for that. You have to go with the legislatively declared amount, and you can't account for how many people are in the home. So we've adjusted that, and that's what that section 5.5 is.
That's good. Hey, you've done a good job. So this is your recommendation, correct?
Yeah, our recommendation is to adopt these changes, which conforms with state code, but still allows people in extenuating circumstances to qualify for tax relief.
Is there any reason, commissioners, you wouldn't want this on an upcoming commission agenda?
Not for me.
Okay, there you go.
Lynn and
Move
Brandon
forward.
have been working on this for 8 months. I don't know, it's a long time to try and.
I love
Make sure we
taking
cover
care of the people like this. This is great. Okay, what else you got for us? You got one other thing, and we got to be really careful about our time here.
Travel policy.
Travel policy.
Mr. Horn here is going to talk about travel policy.
I'll make it quick.
Okay,
Once a year, at the beginning of the year, we look up the per diem rates, the mileage rates, things like that. We put an email out to go out to the employees. This year and the year before, we kept it the same rolling through 2020. It's 58 cents a mile. That's the reimbursement for travel. And then we, in July of this year, started charging departments for when they use the vehicles, right? They're getting 38 cents a mile for vehicles they're pulling out of motor pool to use for whatever the purpose is to do county work. So what we're proposing is that we add a line to the mileage reimbursement section, that if someone comes in and a county vehicle is available, but they choose to use their own vehicle, that they only get reimbursed the 38 cents that the department would have been held accountable for instead of the 58. So they get less for taking their personal vehicle when they have the option to take the county vehicle. And one of the reasons behind that is obviously we sent out the information that said, what do you have? What do you need? What can you let go of? And then we decided, actually the commission decided, that we wouldn't purchase a lot of vehicles moving into 2022. We'd save the money and make use of what we already have. So we have vehicles for people to use. There's not a lot of good reasoning behind them taking their own vehicles. And
there's only one question I have about this. I'm going to use myself as an example, because I take a car when I go down to a conference in St. George, Utah Association of Counties, for instance. And I may run an errand or two on my own. I don't want to put miles on a county car. I feel restricted. When I take a county car, I do not use it for personal business. That's just something I don't do that. And so I don't want to feel handcuffed on something like that.
That's a perfect point, and we know that there are situations like that exist, and that's why we've included a provision. Sorry if I'm stealing your.
No, go ahead, take it.
We've included a provision that in situations where it does make sense, maybe the employee has a health need and their vehicle accounts for that.
Has
Or
what?
Has a health need.
Oh, okay.
And their vehicle is retrofitted or whatever to account for that. Or maybe, there could be other perfectly valid reasons. Like yours, I don't want to use it and I'm going to be coupling this with other stuff. It totally makes sense. At that point, it's up to the department head to just simply justify, yep, you don't have to take a county car and you can still claim the full mileage.
so the leniency and flexibility is still there within the person or people that run that department.
So this lets the other elected officials or department heads make the decision.
Correct.
So as they run their own budget, this is a way for you, we're just going after the pennies. We've already picked up the quarters, we picked up the dimes, we picked up all the nickels, now we're going after the pennies.
Well, and sometimes employees, they have a trip down to St. George or a fairly decently long trip.
Mhm.
They look at the mileage, I think, dude, that's a good way to pick up $400, $500 from the county.
It's an opportunity to make money.
I'll drive my
Oh,
own car, make a little money. I don't want to drive a county car. I want to
Yeah.
drive my own and make some money rather than driving a county car and not.
Well, so for instance, sorry, I don't mean, and we need to get going here, but there's a cobbler down there in Washington County. And he's in, not Hurricane, the next town past Hurricane, Tokerville. I go to him every time.
You take a sack of shoes.
I literally take a duffel bag full of shoes and he tunes my shoes up. You know, I don't mind taking a county car.
Yeah.
But I want to be able to take my shoes.
Why couldn't you put your shoes in the trunk?
Well, I could, but the problem is I'm taking a personal trip to go to Tokerville.
Well, it's off the side of the road.
Well, it's about 12 miles off the side of the road.
Well, then walk the 12 miles. Might do your health some good.
It might do my health really good. The problem is by the time I walk the 12 miles, I'd miss the whole conference. Unless you want me to take 2 or 3 vacation days so I can take a day to walk in, drop off the shoes.
See what
Now-
happens when you leave? And fight it up.
I think we've talked about this in audit committee. I think it makes sense. I mean, we're incentivizing people on those trips to take their own vehicle because they put money in their pocket. And to me, the 38 cents makes perfect sense. And if somebody has a personal trip to Tokerville, you just get back in your log and say, look, I don't get paid for these 12 miles.
Yeah, I need to pay back 50 or whatever the county rate is
Yeah.
times 24 miles.
Not everybody's gonna be that honest, but that's what you can do.
Well, that's my integrity is not for sale for 24 miles and 58 cents.
38 cents.
50, well, whatever the county rate is.
Okay.
So we want to bring it to you. If you're okay, we'll move forward with this. If not, we'll just leave it alone. We thought it made sense. But.
I mean, we talked to, just so they know who we've been discussing it with, we talked to Sean and his team, Sean
Right.
Wilkinson. We talked to Scott Park and his team. And then I was involved just because of the travel policy default stuff that came from a few years back. So that's really.
Well, we're still leaving it up to the directors to make the
The
decision.
flexibility and leniency is still there.
And I think if they have the ability to say, look, this guy's just doing it, he's driving to Colorado to pick up an extra $2,000. We won't bring any names up, you know, it's been abused.
Yep.
It's been abused in the past, so.
Yeah, this tightens it a little bit, but leaves an outlet.
Yeah.
in
So
case.
in the end, what's the policy gonna be?
It would be one line that's added that just basically says that if someone chooses to use their own personal vehicle, when a county car is available, they'll be reimbursed at the rate of 38 cents instead of 58. But then right after that, the next line comes in that says, if a travel approving official, the department head, whoever, due to special circumstances, like Ricky had explained, or whatever the reason is, he or she can still say yes or no.
Yeah, it's good. I'm good with that.
Yeah, so this could be viewed as affecting our travel when we go to St. George to conference,
Oh, it will.
because there will be vehicles available.
That's
I'm not gonna drive a county vehicle to.
That's what I just talked about.
Yeah.
I was just talking
Yeah,
about it.
I'm just telling you, this could be viewed as affecting that.
Could, yeah.
And you may have valid reasons, personal, maybe you're gonna stay over the weekend and go driving around elsewhere, or you're gonna drive out of state or other things like that. If that's the case, you just note it in a memo because you're a travel approving official and say, here's why I didn't take the
Yeah,
county.
but I don't
vehicle.
wanna have to approve it. So when I do these kind of deals, I go from my house to when I get there, and when I get there till I'm home. I don't do anything in the middle. So if I'm driving from where I live over to the convention center, if I drive up to get a pie, if I do anything else, I don't count any of that. I drive from here to there and there to here, no more. Because I feel like that's all only fair to the county, not to drive around.
Not all the trips in between. And that's, I think, how we're paid is there to the convention center.
I thought that's
For me,
all-
I have a hotel
I thought
nearby
that's
and
all we
walk
got
back and
paid on.
forth.
That's all I
That's
ever.
not all we get paid on. It depends on what your expense is. So
Well, we
if you
can just-
set your odometer when you leave, when you get down, and when you get back, you say, okay, that's what I'm writing. Well, then you got paid everything in between. But it depends on what you were doing in
Yeah,
between.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sorry I had to leave, but you know, at my age, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And anyway,
Well, I'm with you. I'm not gonna drive a county vehicle to St. George. And all I've ever thought I ever got reimbursed on was just the 330 miles there and the 330 back when I drove.
Yeah.
Which happens, what, once a year?
once or twice a year, doesn't happen often. But it's not just there, it's everywhere you go. Now, I'll give you an example right now today. I keep a travel log on my truck. And when I'm driving around, when I drive up to Huntsville and we're looking at things and I come back, I note that in there. Because that's an expense that I spent on the county. And so I take that off my taxes. Because that is tax deferrable. It was an expense to me.
Well, I thought we got a reimbursement.
We do, and you're taxed on that.
My tax person doesn't allow me to do it. We've had
Doesn't
this
allow you to do
conversation,
what?
just exactly what you
Yeah,
said.
I didn't think that was your government. I didn't-
Well, what do you mean your tax
They
guy
don't allow
doesn't
me
allow
to-
you to do it? You gotta change your tax guys.
Well, I might have to, but they don't allow me to do that.
I don't understand why.
I know.
When
I don't
we get a set amount we get, and we pay taxes on it. So if that's the case, what happens if you get more, if you spend more than that time on that?
Yeah, I just don't worry about that.
No.
Well,
I get it.
a lot of people don't. Frankly, this year I've done a poor job keeping my log, and it might be this year that I go off of it.
Anyway,
I've debated
I
that.
think you're good to go with the deal then, right?
You know, it's interesting.
I gotta go.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm okay.
I'm good with it. I mean,
I oversee an
Motion to
army of
close.
sales
so moved.
out there in my company.
Aye.
And you know, they spend a lot.